It's a house.
Were you in Casey's home on June 16, 2008 when Caylee drowned?
No.
No further questions. Lesnovich, you saw Caylee how many times?
2 to 3 times approximately.
Okay. Did she appear hungry to you at any time?
No, sir.
Did she look well fed?
Yes, sir.
Well taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Was Casey attentive to her?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever see Casey strike her or yell at her or treat her improperly?
No, sir.
Were you present on June 16, 2008 at Casey Anthony's home when Caylee drowned in the pool?
No, sir.
No further questions. Okay. Would you say she was a good mother?
Yes, I would.
Well, there you go.
What did you observe about their relationship?
That they got along well. They were casually dating, and it seemed to be beneficial for Tony.
What is that?
That's my garage.
Also, contained within that picture, do you see a shovel?
I do.
Is that your shovel?
Yes.
Is that the shovel that you loaned to Casey Anthony?
Yes.
Mr. George asked you if you had ever seen her car backed in.
That was the
Do you
first
recall
occasion. You're right.
Okay. Now, you don't watch as Casey's neighbor, you don't watch the comings and goings of Casey Anthony, do you?
No.
So you wouldn't make it a habit to, whenever she came home, to see how she parked her car or anything like that?
No.
You're just the average neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay. And you wouldn't consider yourself a nosy neighbor or anything like that, would you?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how Casey parks her car every day? You don't have a set? I'm
No.
sorry? Okay.
Correct.
After she borrowed the shovel from you, this was in the middle of the day,
Correct.
in broad daylight.
Yes.
And when she gave you the shovel back, it wasn't muddy or anything like that.
No.
And she didn't look sweaty or anything like that, like she had just been digging a ditch or anything like that.
Not that I recall.
Now, after she borrowed the shovel, you can't give us any information as to what she did when she went in her backyard, did you? Can
No.
you?
No.
So you don't know if she was trying to use that shovel to get into the shed?
Correct.
And you can't offer any of us anything more than speculation as to what Casey did with the shovel?
Correct.
Okay. Have no further questions.
Ma'am, directing your attention to, again, the end of May, beginning of June 2008, did you have the occasion to meet Casey Anthony?
Yes.
How did you first meet Casey Anthony?
I met her through a friend at Fusion nightclub.
Now, we've heard a little bit about Fusion. What is your understanding of Fusion nightclub to be?
It was I believe, a sushi restaurant during the day, and then it opened up into a nightclub lounge at night.
When you met the defendant at Fusion, were you working at Fusion, or were
No.
you just a customer?
Just a customer.
How did you, do you know or do you remember who introduced you to Casey Anthony?
I believe it was my friend Jenna Prentice at the time.
I'm sorry, Jenna?
Prentice?
And who is Jenna Prentice?
She was just a friend at the time.
Was she an employee at Fusion?
Not at that time.
Do you have any idea how Jenna Prentice knew Casey Anthony?
No.
What do you recall, if anything, about first meeting Casey Anthony?
She was happy, seemed like a nice person to be friends with.
Okay. Now, was this in May of 2008?
Yes.
All right. Did you notice anything about her demeanor, anything about her at all that struck you as odd or out of place?
No.
Other than saying hello and being introduced, did you have any other type of conversation with her at that time?
No.
Now, at some point, were you employed by Fusion?
Yes.
As what?
Shot girl.
I know it probably sounds self-explanatory, but what does a shot girl do?
At that time, the bar would give you a bottle of mixed alcohol, and you would have to go around and ask people if they wanted a shot, and they would pay for it.
Did you have to pay for this alcohol?
Yes, at the end of the night.
So you paid for the liquor, it was mixed, and then you sold it.
Yes.
How would you make money how would you make money doing this?
Say you sold it for $3 a shot, whatever, they charged us $40 for the bottle. Whatever you made above and beyond the $40 you kept, you gave $40 to the owner of the restaurant club.
And the rest would be yours?
Yes.
Could you sell more than one bottle of liquor a night?
I guess you could, but it was hard to sell one.
Did you participate as a shot girl at Fusion?
Yes.
Did you participate as a shot girl at Fusion on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Directing your attention to June 20th of 2008, were you working as a shot girl?
No.
How about on June 13th of 2008?
No.
Okay. How about June 27th of 2008?
Yes.
On June 27th of 2008, you went to Fusion and you worked as a shot girl.
Yes.
When you did that, did you see Casey Anthony?
Yes.
And what was your understanding, or what was your understanding of Ms. Anthony's role as it related to shot girls?
Through one of the other girls, I understood that she was the one we would go to for questions.
Questions such as?
Where to be stationed, where to go to get the information. Since this was the first night, if you had any questions, you would go to her.
Did you have any questions for her?
Not that I can recall.
Did you attend Fusion on June 20th of 2008, not as a shot girl?
Yes.
Do you recall a hot body contest?
Yes.
Do you see a photograph on your monitor?
Yes.
Counsel? Showing you what's been marked for identification as BQ, do you recognize yourself in that photograph?
Yes.
You can take your finger and you can circle where you are.
No.
Do you recognize Casey Anthony in that photo?
Yes.
Without drawing, can you tell me what is she wearing?
A blue dress.
You see where I'm circling there?
Yes.
You said that you were not working this night,
Correct.
right? But you were present.
Yes.
Did you speak with Casey Anthony that night?
I'm sure I did.
Anything out of the ordinary that you recall from that, from those conversations or from speaking with her?
No.
Based upon your prior testimony, you had not yet worked as a shot girl at this establishment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is this picture a fair and accurate representation of what you look like on June 20th of 2008, as well as Casey Anthony?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Does the picture appear to be a true and accurate picture of what you and Casey Anthony looked like on June 20th of 2008?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize that establishment to be the Fusion nightclub?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to move what's been previously marked for identification BQ into evidence, states number 5.
Mr. Baez?
Yes, sir. We would renew our objections under 403, 803, and 404.5.
Noted in previous objections, objection will be overruled. It will be entered in evidence, and you may publish it.
Thank you, sir. Did you participate in this contest in any way?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Any of the times that you saw the defendant at Fusion, did you ever notice anything about anything wrong with her demeanor? That she was upset
No.
or crying
No.
or sad?
No.
Calls for an opinion.
It's an observation, Judge.
Overruled.
Thank you, sir. You did work as a shop girl at Fusion.
Yes.
And would that be the following week after this?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Casey Anthony about your role as a shop girl?
Just where to. There were certain areas that we had to attend to, and that was just pretty much all that we discussed.
Were you instructed or were you talked to about what to wear?
I don't know if it was by Casey. I know that the girls in general wore the same thing, and I was told through someone else what we were wearing.
And when you came to work as a shop girl on the next week, on the 27th of June, did Ms. Anthony more or less pass on what you were wearing? Did she?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Question calls for a yes or no answer.
Yes.
Did she give you any tips on what to wear?
Not directly to me.
While you worked at Fusion, was there ever, as a shop girl, was there ever a problem that occurred while you were working?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened?
One night there was a group, a large group of people, and somebody tried to grab one of the other shop girls and ended up scratching her stomach.
When that happened, was Ms. Anthony made aware of that?
Yes.
And what did she, if any, what did she do, if anything?
For our safety, she had us leave for the night.
Did you ever talk to her about this issue?
Yes.
When did you speak with her?
We spoke to her on July 15th.
You say we. Was anybody else present?
Not with me. I know that there were two separate conversations.
But you spoke with her on July 15th.
Yes.
Was this conversation in person or over the phone?
Over the phone.
Prior to having this phone conversation with her, were you aware that she had a daughter?
No.
Did you know at that time on July 15th whether or not she was in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she in a relationship with, to your knowledge?
Anthony Lazzaro.
When you spoke with her on July 15th, did you learn that she had a child?
Yes.
How did that come about?
We had a conversation about what she would be doing that day. She had to run some errands at her job at Universal. And then she said she had to go pick up Caylee. And then that was when we established that she actually had a daughter.
Take a couple of things. Let's do first things first. She told you that she had to go to Universal.
Yes.
Prior to having this conversation with her on July 15th, were you aware that she purported to have a job at Universal?
No.
So this was the first time that you have learned that. You had learned that.
Yes.
Did she tell you what she did at Universal?
No.
All right. And then she had to pick up her, she told you she had to pick up her daughter.
Yes.
Did she use her daughter did she call her daughter by name?
No.
Did she tell you anything about her daughter?
Just that her birthday was the next month and that I was invited to her birthday party.
So she invited you to her daughter's birthday party the next month.
Yes.
Did you ever see Casey Anthony outside of Fusion?
No.
And other than this one phone call on July 15th of 2008, did you have any other subsequent phone calls with her?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you ever receive a text message from the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
The one that I do remember was the day after that her mom had reported her to the cops, and it just asked for help looking for Caylee.
But you don't know who actually sent that text?
I do not.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
The photograph that you saw, can we see BQ? All right, good afternoon.
Hi.
Ms. Relander, pronouncing it correct?
Yes.
Ms. Relander, this day at Fusions, was there anything that happened that had anything to do with Caylee?
No.
No one saw her?
No.
No one mentioned her?
No.
There isn't anything that occurred from that night that has, as far as you can testify, to do with her death?
No.
Now, Mr. George had asked you about, Mr. George had asked you if Casey was happy, asking your opinion on that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Asking if she was sad, and your opinion on that.
She was not sad.
Okay. And in fact, the Casey you knew was a nice person to you.
Yes.
She treated you with respect.
Yes.
She looked out for you and the other girls.
Yes.
And was she considered like a big sister to the girls or something like that?
Yes.
Explain that.
She always made sure that we were okay, that we were taken care of, and that we weren't in harm's way at all.
And that's because, as described by Mr. George in this incident, sometimes when people are drinking alcohol and they see a pretty girl, they may take liberties that they normally wouldn't do.
Yes.
And Casey was somewhat of a protector to prevent something like that from happening to you guys.
Yes.
You don't know anything that happened on June 16, 2008 as it relates to Caylee, do you?
I do not.
And you have no information to help this jury decide or know what happened to her on June 16, 2008, do you?
I do not.
Or for any other date, for that matter.
No.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Redirect?
You were, based on some of the questions that Mr. Baez had asked you about when you saw her, when that picture was taken on June 20th, 2008, did she tell you her daughter was missing?
No.
Kidnapped?
No.
That she was looking for her?
No.
That she needed help?
No.
Did she give any indication to you that anything was wrong with her daughter
No.
or with her?
No.
But you testified for Mr. Baez that she acted as a protector for you.
Yes.
Thank you.
May the witness be excused? Yes. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you. My name is Erica Gonzalez. It's ERICAGONZALEZ.
You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you very much, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
Ms. Gonzalez, how old are you?
I am 22.
Are you a little nervous?
Yes.
It's okay. Just go nice and slow. You'll get through it. Ms. Gonzalez, are you working?
Currently, no. I'm a full-time mom.
You're a full-time mom?
Yes.
When did you become a full-time mom?
In January.
Of this year?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education?
I graduated from Oviedo High School, and I'm currently enrolled at the University of Phoenix, pursuing education.
Were you living here in Central Florida back in the end of May, June, and into July of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Back then, what were you doing?
I was working at Fusion nightclub.
What were you doing at Fusion?
I was a shot girl.
Was that the only employment that you had?
I believe so. I don't recall.
As a shot girl, and we've already heard a description of what you do as a shot girl. Was that a nightly occurrence, or was that just once a week, or how did that work?
It was once every Friday.
Once every Friday. Did you work as a shot girl at Fusion on every Friday in June of 2008?
I believe so.
So renewing our previous objections of 403, 803, and 404.5 for the record.
Okay. Objections noted. Objections overruled at this point.
No problem.
During this time frame, directing you to June of 2008, while you were working as a shop girl, did you come into contact with a woman by the name of Casey Anthony?
I did.
Was this at Fusion?
It was.
Prior to meeting or seeing her at Fusion, did you know her beforehand?
I did not.
How did you meet Casey Anthony?
I met her actually through one of the girls that was working at the nightclub before I worked there,
Who would that be?
Jen Apprentice.
Do you have any specific recollection of first meeting Casey Anthony?
Not really.
How about subsequent meetings? Did you have the opportunity to speak with her?
I did. We spoke while I was a shop girl. We spoke many times.
Do you know who Tony Lazzaro is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He actually was her boyfriend, and he worked at the club that we did.
Did you have an understanding as to what role, if any, Casey Anthony played in regards to the shop girls?
She was kind of like our manager.
She a manager?
Yeah, she oversaw us, basically.
Okay. And by overseeing you, what does that mean?
Whenever we had a Friday night to go to, she would, we'd tell her what we were wearing, and if anything happened, she basically protected us.
I think this has been established by several prior witnesses already.
Response as to cumulative?
I don't believe it is, Judge. Every witness has added something new to the description of Ms. Anthony's.
As to the previous questions, objection will be sustained. So after a brief introduction, move on to something different, but this is beginning to be cumulative.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Did Ms. Anthony ever tell you what to wear?
No,
Did she ever make suggestions on what you should wear?
no.
About the clothing.
Sustained.
Did you ever speak with Casey Anthony about things outside of Fusion? For instance, did she ever tell you that she had a job?
At Fusion, when we talked about going out, and she said that she had to get it squared away and make sure that she could go out with us.
That she had what?
To get it squared away, to make sure she could go out with us, like to dinner.
Okay. Did she tell you where she worked?
Islands of Adventure.
Did she tell you what she did at Islands of Adventure?
No.
From speaking with her, did you have an understanding or a belief as to where Casey Anthony was living during this time period?
No.
Do you know a woman by the name of Jamie Relander?
I do.
Was there, to your knowledge, ever an incident involving Ms. Relander that you brought to Ms. Anthony's attention?
I don't recall.
Were you aware that Casey Anthony had a child?
Yes.
Okay, how did you become aware of that?
We were in the bathroom at Fusion one day, and we were all taking pictures together, and she mentioned her daughter because the way she took care of us at Fusion, I guess she kind of like made an example.
She made I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing with the echo.
She made it like she was taking care of us, and she explained that she had a daughter, and that was basically it.
Did she make a connection between taking care of you guys and taking care of her daughter?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything about her daughter?
No.
Did she, for instance, did she tell you how old she was?
No.
Did she tell you her name?
No.
Did she tell you where she was?
No.
Did she tell you she was missing?
No.
Did she tell you she was kidnapped?
No.
Did she tell you that she was actively looking for her daughter?
No.
Did she say or indicate in any way that there was anything wrong with her daughter?
No.
Did she at any time ever indicate to you that there was anything going on or wrong with her?
No.
Did you ever see anything in Ms. Anthony's behavior every night that you worked at Fusion that would lead you to believe that anything was wrong?
Absolutely not.
How would you describe her demeanor when you saw her to the jury?
She was normal. I mean, she was like she was like us. You know, she had a great time. She was always happy. She always treated everyone with kindness.
Thank you very much.
Cross-examination?
May I have 1 second, Judge?
Just a second.
Did you ever, I'm sorry, did you ever have a conversation with Ms. Anthony on the phone?
I did.
Do you recall when that was?
Not exactly when it was, no.
Do you recall what that conversation was about?
We were talking about meeting up to go to dinner with all the shot girls so we could talk about what had happened the week before.
Okay, what else did you talk about?
Basically, she was going to call me back and let me know when she could come so we can meet up. And she never called back. She did say that she was heading to the airport to pick someone up.
I'm sorry, she said what?
She was heading to the airport to pick someone up.
Did she say who?
No.
Did there come a time when you learned that Casey Anthony's daughter was missing?
Yes.
When you heard that news, what did you do?
That I heard that night, actually, that the same night I talked to her. I texted her the next day telling her if she needed anything that I would be there and just to let me know. And I made flyers for my job.
Okay. And did you receive a response?
She did respond back saying thank you and that she was really worried about Caylee.
Did she give you an explanation as to the last time she saw Caylee?
She didn't say when she saw her last, but that she was with the nanny.
That she was with the nanny?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination?
One second, Judge. I'll let you know. I'm having a little trouble hearing, so I apologize. Either I'm missing something or I'm thinking I'm hearing something I'm not, so I apologize. Going back to the phone conversation you had with her.
As she's driving to the airport, she speaks with a woman, a girl, a young lady by the name of Erica Gonzalez. Gives Erica the impression that Caylee's in the car with her.
Did you have any understanding that there was anybody else in the car with her?
I don't recall, to be completely honest.
Do you recall what your phone number was at the time?
Yes.
May I have that?
I'm sorry?
May I have that?
The number?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, it's 321-439-1577.
I'm done.
Mr. Baez, let's move on, folks. He's done.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
I just have a couple of quick questions for you. You stated that Casey was kind to you,
She was.
and she was nice to everyone,
Yes.
and she treated everyone with respect,
Yes.
and was courteous,
Yes.
and in fact looked out for all of you girls.
She did.
And she mentioned or gave an example about her daughter when you guys were talking in the bathroom.
Yes.
And did you ever see Casey drink or get drunk?
No.
Do you have anything that can help this jury understand, or actually, let me rephrase it. Do you have any information, did you witness or see anything as to what may have happened to Caylee that you can tell this jury?
Beyond the scope, no predicate's been laid for it.
Overruled.
Calls for a conclusion.
Overruled.
As far as anything.
How she died?
No.
I have no further questions.
Okay, man, the witness be excused. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. State may call the next witness.
Anthony Lazzaro, ANTHONY LAZZARO.
All right. Mr. Lazzaro, kind of take your time and speak directly into that mic. And when you go back and forth, it causes a few problems, but just take your time, speak distinctly. Mr. George, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
You are Anthony Lazzaro.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you go by Tony?
Anthony, Tony, don't matter to me.
Mr. Lazzaro, how old are you?
I am 24.
Are you currently living in the state of Florida?
No,
Where do you live?
I live on Long Island.
In New York.
Yes,
All right. How long have you lived there?
all my life.
Was there a time that you lived here in Orlando?
Yes, when I went to Full Sail University
And when did you attend Full Sail University?
from 2007, August of 2007 to August of 2009.
We've heard a little bit about Full Sail. Did you graduate from Full Sail?
Yes, sir.
And what did you get your degree in?
Music business, bachelor's in music business.
Is that a BA?
That's a BSc.
BS. Are you currently working now?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I work at Best Buy, and I'm interning at a record label.
When you were attending Full Sail here in Orlando, where were you living?
I lived at two different places.
Okay.
First,
Well, let's talk about where you were living in May, June, and July of 2008.
Sure. Sutton Place.
Do you recall the address there?
Not the exact numbers, but it was off of University Boulevard.
It was off of what?
University Boulevard.
All right. Do you recall when you moved into Sutton Place?
I would believe it would be either the end of August 2007 or the beginning of September 2007.
When you moved into Sutton Place, with whom did you live?
What? Excuse me?
Who did you live with?
Cameron Campana.
And was it just the two of you there for a while?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time while you were living at the Sutton Place apartments that you had other people living with you?
Yes. Two of my friends have lived off my couch, slept off my couch.
Who is that?
One was Clint, or Roy House, and Nathan Lezovich.
When they stayed with you, did they pay any rent or utilities?
No, it was just a friendly gesture because one, I believe, I can't recall why Clint stayed over. I think it was just some dispute with his other apartment, and I was just being a good friend and allowing him to stay on the couch because I didn't know where to go. And Nate, we were planning on moving into a new apartment together, so it was basically like I was waiting for my lease to end.
And were you actively looking for places to live during this time period?
Yes.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Full Sail. Does Full Sail run their classes, I guess like any other college, where the semester starts in September and go to
No,
December? How does it work?
It's not like a semester at all. Literally, your semester is almost every month. You start new classes every month, and your schedule can either be consistent for a whole week or it can completely different change. And the school is open 24/7.
In May, June, and going into July of 2008, what was your schedule at Full Sail?
I believe that it was not consistent, but I would say that I would have a morning class from 9 to 1, and then maybe sometimes an evening lab or an evening class.
Okay, what would happen at an evening lab?
What would happen in an evening lab?
Yeah, what do you do?
You would do anything that would be pertaining to that month. I can't recall actually what that month was, but I could be in a music studio working on learning music equipment, recording equipment, or just learning the technology for being a musical engineer.
As part of your tuition, did you receive a computer?
Yes, I did.
What type of computer did you receive?
MacBook Pro.
As part of your education at Full Sail, did you take it upon yourself, or were you required to put on either shows or do some sort of events?
They wanted you to get involved with the other kids because potentially these would be other people that you could be doing work with in the music industry. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't like, oh, you have to do this, but it was a good thing to do, and it was an experience thing. So,
During the months of May, June, and July of 2008, did you take it upon yourself to
Yes.
try to set up either a small business or something along those lines?
yes.
What did you do?
What did I do? I've had experience doing DJing and there's an echo. And me and Clint, I should say Roy House, decided we wanted to maybe start our own company, have a DJ company, do a little promotion for nightlife.
Did that have a name?
I can't remember that name. I think we came through a bunch of different names for the company, but eventually what we did was DBC Entertainment. What became of that?
Did DBC stand for anything?
It was, if you want to get more into that, the people that we brought on as promoters that supposedly they were from Deerfield Beach County.
Now, when did you start actively working in this capacity as a DJ with Roy, as DBC?
Well, with DBC or before? Because we were actually
all right, I'm sorry. Let's start with before.
We actually did start before. We went to Fusion, and we were there for something else. I don't remember. But we met with the owner, and we approached him and said, "Hey, we're DJs. We have experience. We have some contacts with other promotion companies. Maybe if you're interested, we could come in and maybe do a party on a Friday night." And he was all for it. So that's basically how that started.
When did that start? Where you were putting on those shows at Fusion?
I want to say that started. I think we were in talks in the end of May and started in June.
And at the same time, you were taking classes.
Yes, sir.
During this time period, did you own a car?
Yes, sir.
What type of car did you own?
I have a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
What year?
97.
All right, sir. Again, directing your attention to May of 2008, did there come a time when you first became in contact with a person by the name of Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury how that started? How you met her?
Yeah. I met her on Facebook. Simple friend request, and we became friends.
How did you find her on Facebook?
I found her through a Facebook at the time would show you how people in your area or people that go to school in your area, and would literally pop up, and I was like, oh, well, she seems like she's cool, friend request.
Did she immediately respond to you, or did it take some time?
I don't recall.
So talk about, if you would, your first contacts with her. Was it all through email?
Probably through Facebook, solely, if I can remember. I don't think anything more than that.
And did that continue for a period of time?
I would say so.
And how long?
I can't recall.
A month? 2 weeks? Anything help you out there?
Probably nothing that long.
All right. Did there come a time when you decided to meet?
Yeah. Okay. So first time we ever met in person was at my friend's birthday. His name was Dan Howard. This is right around the same time that I was starting up the DJ company.
Was this in May?
This is the end of May.
End of May.
Mm-hmm.
All
Yes,
right.
sir. And we were throwing a party for him at one of our friends' houses, and I was inviting a ton of people online and made a what you would call a Facebook event. If you guys are familiar with Facebook, and literally just would send invites to everyone, and that's basically the whole point of that, to get a bunch of people to go. And I got that's when she got back to me to go to the party.
So you were expecting her to be at that party?
No, not until I got a response.
Okay. Well, I'm saying once she responded, you were expecting her to be at the party.
Yes.
All right. While you were talking and discussing, did you learn via Facebook, did you learn that she had a child?
I believe so.
Did you know the child's name at that time?
I can't recall.
Do you recall how old she was?
I just knew that she was a toddler.
So you finally met Casey Anthony,
Yes, sir.
and this is at Daniel Howard's party.
Yes, sir.
All right. What was your first impressions of her?
Pretty girl. I mean, I was kind of going back and forth, and I think she showed up with two of her friends, and we hit it off.
Okay. Did you recall anything? Did you recall anything that you spoke about on that first meeting?
On that first night, I don't recall what we talked about. Probably just, hey, how you doing? Like, nice to meet you.
Is it fair to say that night went well?
Yes,
Did you make plans to see her again?
I believe so. Not that night, but again, yes, we did make plans
right.
shortly after.
So shortly after meeting Ms. Anthony, did you start to see her on a regular basis?
Yes, sir.
How would you see her? Well, put it this way. Did you go to her house and pick her up to take her out on a date?
No, she would come over and show up to my apartment.
Now, when this first started, how often would she come over to your house?
A couple times.
A couple of times a week? A couple of times? What does that mean?
More or less a couple times a week.
The first time she came over to your apartment, did she bring her daughter?
Yes.
Did the two of you stay at the apartment, or did you go out?
This is the time that we went to the pool. She brought her daughter over and we went down by the pool.
Overall?
Okay. We went down to the pool.
And this is at your apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
I would say June 2nd.
Do you know what the Arden Villas is?
Pardon?
Arden Villas?
That's not ringing a bell too much, no.
Did you, after meeting her at Daniel Howard's party, do you recall inviting her to any other party?
I remember inviting her to a pool party shortly after that.
All right. Did she attend that?
Right.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes, sorry.
Did she bring anyone with her to that party?
No, sir.
During this time period, the end of May, beginning of June, did there come a time when Ms. Anthony stayed over at your apartment?
No.
During this time period of the end of May, beginning of June, were you aware of what type of car Ms. Anthony drove?
Yes.
What was she driving?
A white Pontiac.
Okay. Directing your attention to June 4th of 2008, did you attend a birthday party for a person by the name of Troy Brown?
Yes.
Who went to that party?
Me, Clint, and Maria.
That'd be Maria Kish.
Maria Kish, sorry, yes.
When you went to that party for Troy Brown, do you remember where that party was held?
Club Voyage.
Where is Club Voyage?
It's downtown, I believe, on Church Street.
When you went to Troy Brown's party on the 4th of June, 2008, who drove?
Casey did.
What car did you take?
Her car.
Was it during this time period that you first met Caylee Anthony?
Yes.
Where do you recall first meeting Caylee was at your apartment?
Right.
I think you told us a little bit about going to a pool.
Yes.
What else did you see her in any other context?
Yes, sir. I believe another time she came over, and then also when we went to the mall.
What mall did you go to?
Went to the Mall Millennium.
Do you remember the date?
It was a Friday afternoon. I want to say 13th. I can't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure it was the 13th because it was definitely before something because I was promoting for something I had going on for
All right,
the
well, let's take it
Fusion.
in order. When you went to the Millennium Mall, what was the purpose of going to the mall?
I wanted to promote for what was going on that night.
All right. And so you would have promoted the
Handing out
event
flyers.
before the event, correct?
Yes.
Sorry. You would have promoted the event before actually having the event.
Yes, sir.
So when you went to the Millennium Mall, I believe you just testified that was for the purposes of promoting the event. How did you do that?
Handing out flyers.
Just walking around the mall, handing them out?
Yes.
And when you did that, was the defendant with you?
No.
Okay. Did she go to the mall with you?
Yes. We split up. She and Caylee walked around
And you handed out the flyer?
while I went around handing out flyers.
After handing out your flyers, did you meet up again with the defendant and her daughter?
Yes.
What'd you do?
We went to Cheesecake Factory and had a late lunch.
Do you recall how you got to the mall?
I believe it was in her car.
After having a late lunch at the Cheesecake Factory, did you return back to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant stay with you that night?
No, sir.
Did she and Caylee leave?
Yes, sir.
Did Caylee ever spend the night at your apartment?
No, sir.
After the defendant dropped you off at your apartment, was that the last time you saw Caylee Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you mentioned before a hip-hop showcase.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What day of the week are those usually held?
Well, it would be Friday, every Friday, because those are the nights that I was able to do or
And
have
you
fusion.
testified, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Those were the nights that we had fusion, was Friday nights, Friday evenings.
So you were promoting this showcase
Yes,
for
sir.
the following Friday, or the next Friday,
Right.
all right? And did you go to Fusion on June 13th of 2008?
If that's what falls on a Friday, then yes.
And that was for your showcase?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant attend that showcase?
Yes, sir.
Talk a little bit about how once you get to the venue, once you get to Fusion, we heard some testimony about some shot girls.
Yes.
Who hires the shot girls?
Who hired the shot girls?
Yeah.
It was between a choice between myself, Clint, and the other two promoters that were working at the time.
And who would instruct the shot girls as to what their role was and what they should be doing?
It was basically almost everyone told them what to do. Ultimately, it came down to the owner really just giving them, because they would have obviously a bottle, if you're familiar with how shot girls work. So they would have to buy whatever the alcohol is, and then they'd have to hand it out themselves. It'd be their own, what's the better word? Responsible for what they had in their hands. I do recall a time when I said that to help, I guess Casey wanted to help out, and I allowed her to, not allow her, but she just wanted to help. So I was like, oh, well, you could tell the shot girls, help keep them in line or whatnot, what have you.
Did she ever express to you that they had any ideas on what the girls should be wearing?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, in the very beginning of this relationship with Ms. Anthony, were you told by her whether or not she had a job?
Yes,
And what did she tell you?
that she had a daughter.
I'm sorry?
She had a daughter. I don't really remember the.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe we're getting lost here in the echo. Did she tell you whether or not she had a job?
Oh, she had a job. Yes, she had a job at Universal Studios.
Did she tell you what she did for Universal Studios?
Some with event planning, I believe.
Something with events?
Yes.
Did she ever, in the beginning part of this relationship, ever tell you any details about her job?
Throughout the relationship, she would always talk about specific things, that she had a job, specific people.
What kind of people would she mention?
I recall Jeff. I recall a couple other girls' names, but I can't remember their names.
Did she ever complain about her job?
I can't remember specifics. pretty sure everyone comes home complaining about jobs. So she might have.
Did you ever see her with any identification from Universal Studios?
Yeah, she'd walk in the apartment with a Universal badge.
Did it have her picture on it?
Yes.
When you first met the defendant and you met Caylee, were you ever told by the defendant who was taking care of her child while she went to work?
Her babysitter and her mother. Either or.
Either or? Did she ever talk to you with any specificity about what the babysitter's name was?
At that point, it was Zanny.
And this is in the beginning of the relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you anything about Zanny? Did she tell you, I'm sorry, let me break it up. Did she tell you where Zanny lived?
No.
Did she tell you if Zanny had any relatives?
No.
Did she tell you if Zanny cared for any other children?
Not that I can remember.
Did she ever discuss with you when you first met her what she paid Zanny?
Don't remember.
Did she ever tell you when the nanny would take care of her and when her mother would take care of her?
I don't. It would be either or. She would give specific times of when that she would say that she was with the nanny. I don't recall what your question is. Does she specifically specify when this person would watch the baby and then this person would watch the baby this day? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't recall about that.
Your Honor, may counsel approach for a minute? You ready? Thank you. Mr. Lazzaro, we were talking about June 13th of 2008. You were telling us about a hip-hop showcase that you were doing at Fusion.
Yes, sir.
Correct? To your recollection, was that the first time that the defendant went to Fusion with you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit, I believe it's BK. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of myself and Casey.
All right. I notice in this picture, well, are you guys standing or sitting?
We are sitting.
And was that picture taken in June of 2008?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there a way for you, looking at that picture, able to tell us whether this picture was taken on June 13th, 2008, June 20th of 2008, or June 27th of 2008?
It would have to be the early June, because when I first started promoting, I would always wear a tie. As the month went by, I just aced the tie. So it had to be June 13th.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you and the defendant looked like on June 13th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification, BK, into evidence of state's number 5, I believe. 6? Or 6?
These photos, because I believe the last one was only addressed to the other photos.
You can approach the side. Okay, objection will be noted. Objection will be overruled. You may proceed. Mr. George, you are offering that into evidence?
Yes, and just so the record is clear, I believe I misspoke and asked that it be entered into state's number 5. I believe that number should be 6.
Don't worry about what number it is. The
Okay.
clerk will tell us what number it is. It's offered in evidence with your identification number.
Very good. At this time, Judge, may I publish it?
Okay, it will be received in evidence over objections. Madam Clerk, would you announce the exhibit number, please? You may proceed, Mr. George. You may publish it.
Thank you, sir. All right. Was this showcase a success for you?
From what I remember, yeah.
Well, you had a few more coming up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, after this showcase, did the defendant return to your apartment with you?
Yes.
Did she stay over with you that night?
Yes.
Was this the first time that she stayed over with you?
I believe so, yes. Yes,
Sorry?
definitely, yes.
Okay. Now, did there come a time after June 13th that the defendant began spending more time with you?
Yes, mid to late June, she would stay over.
Was there a time during this time period, after your Fusion Hip Hop Showcase, where the defendant basically lived with you?
You could say that.
I can say that. Would you say that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did she come to spend every night with you?
Yes.
Directing your attention to June 16th of 2008, did you see the defendant that day?
Yes.
Approximately what time do you recall seeing her that day?
In the evening.
Was it early evening? Late evening?
Late evening.
Somewhere around there?
What's that?
Somewhere around, I'm sorry.
I would say anywhere after 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Okay. Do you recall going to a Blockbuster video?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to that Blockbuster with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach with a stipulation?
You may. Mr. Baez?
Yes, sir. I've seen it, and we stipulate.
Okay, y'all want me to read it into the record? You want me to read it into the record, Mr.?
Would you please, sir?
Stipulation between the state of Florida and the defense, Casey Marie Anthony. The copy of the video surveillance and still photographs taken from the video recorded at Blockbuster Video on June 16, 2008 at 19:54.26 hours are true and accurate representation of the business records of Blockbuster Video. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. Stipulation will be filed here in open court with the clerk. You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time, and unless this was already done, we would move the DVD of the video into evidence.
What is the identification number, Mr. George?
I'm sorry. L.E.? L.E.?
Based upon stipulation, is there any objections, any additional objections? Noting that and noting the stipulation as to what it purports, but noting the other grounds, it will be received in evidence as what, Madam Clerk? You may proceed, Mr. George. You wish to publish it?
Yes, I do, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Do I have to push it? No. Okay, start it again. You know where to stop. Can I just stop it there? Mr. Lazzaro, do you see what's on the screen there?
Yes.
It's time-stamped, well, not time-stamped, but the marker on it is 20.0.
Okay.
Do you recognize yourself in that video?
Yep, that's the Marbury jersey.
I'm sorry?
That's my Stephon Marbury jersey.
And
Stephon Marbury, Jersey. He was a player for the Knicks. Sorry. Yeah, that's big.
So you recognize yourself.
Yes, sir.
You have your arms around somebody. Who do you have your arms around?
Casey.
Casey Anthony.
Yes, sir.
And this is on June 16th of 2008.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went to Blockbuster with her that night, how would you describe her demeanor?
The way she was every day.
Which was?
Happy. Happy to see me. Having a grand old time.
On this date, at any time that you saw her that night, did she ever cry?
No.
Did she ever act scared?
Nope.
Did she ever act nervous?
No.
Did she tell you that her daughter had gone missing?
No.
Did she tell you anything about that there was something wrong with her?
No.
Or that something had happened to her?
No.
Was there any difference in this woman's attitude this night than it was for any other previous time that you had seen her?
No.
Did she stay over that night?
Yes, sir.
And from there on, did she stay with you?
Yes.
When she came over during this time period of June 16th, did she bring a suitcase?
I do not recall at that time.
Do you recall any of Caylee's clothes being there?
No.
Any of Caylee's toys?
No.
Stuffed animals?
Nope.
Books?
Maybe a book.
Okay. Any toiletries for Caylee?
No.
On this night, do you recall her speaking with Caylee on the phone?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall her speaking with her parents on the phone?
Like I said in previous statements, every time she ever would talk on the phone, she'd go outside. That was about it.
Well, this is while she was staying with you, correct?
Correct.
And we'll get to that. But on this particular night, do you recall her calling anybody
No, I do not recall.
while she was with you?
Yes, sir.
Be a fair statement that on this particular, by this date, by June 16th, this was still a rather new relationship.
Yes, sir.
Did you care for her? For
Yeah.
Casey?
Yeah.
And as far as the relationship was going right then and there, was it going well?
Yes, sir.
Had you had any fights,
No.
disagreements?
No.
She stayed the night that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
The following day, did you spend with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you go to classes?
No, I played hooky.
You played hooky?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you play hooky?
Didn't feel like leaving bed.
Didn't feel like what?
Didn't feel like leaving my bed.
You'd rather spend your day with Casey?
Yes.
During this time period, did you, what was your phone number?
I've changed it so many times. I can't recall that one. It was an AT&T number.
Do you recall whether or not, just to go back for a second, back to the 16th, before you saw her at the Blockbuster, did you talk to her on the phone?
Yes.
Approximately, any idea how many times?
I can't recall how many times.
Do you know when you spoke with her in relation to when you saw her? Did you talk to her right before?
I had to be
that
right. I would say right before.
During this day, before you went to Blockbuster, do you recall texting her?
Not that I remember.
All right, so June 17th, you played hooky.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you guys did?
Stayed in my bedroom.
During that day, was there any change in the defendant's demeanor?
No.
Did she appear to be happy to be with you?
Yes.
Did she so relate that she was happy to be with you?
Yes.
Did she give you any indication that there was anything wrong?
Nope.
Did she say anything about her daughter?
Not that I can remember.
Do you recall while you spent the entire day with her on June 17th that she attempted to call her daughter?
No.
Do you recall while you were with her on June 17th whether or not she ever called anybody in your presence?
Yeah, not in my presence.
You spend the entire day and night with her on the 17th?
Yes, sir.
How about June 18th? Did you spend the day with her then?
I probably went to class.
Okay. When you went to class, what was your understanding about what the defendant was doing?
She'd either go to school, go see Caylee, or whatever she would do. She's a free woman.
Did she say, I'm sorry, did you say she went to school?
Just free. What? She would go to work. She would, wherever she would have to go.
Did she tell you where she had to go?
Not that I can remember. It was just a known fact of where she would go. It was an assumption.
Again, you were understanding she had a job.
I would understand that she had a job, yes.
You had indicated earlier from your testimony that your lease was going to run out at the end of August.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you looking for another place to live?
Yes.
Directing your attention to June 19th, did you go looking for an apartment on that date?
Yes, sir.
Did you go with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what apartment you went to look at?
Overrule at this point.
The place that I originally, where I potentially moved into, Crane's Landing.
Where is that in relation to where you were living at the time? Is it close?
Yes.
How close?
Around the block, basically.
And when you went to check out this apartment, who were you planning on living with?
Nathan Lesnovich and my friend Brian.
When you went to check out this apartment, did you bring the defendant with you?
Yes.
Did you both look at the apartment?
No, I did.
How come she did?
I believe she didn't have identification on her.
During this time period, where was your understanding about the defendant's living arrangements? Where did she live?
She was living at home.
Did she, at this time, give you any indication that she was not going to be living at home?
Yes, she was always talking about her and Amy was going to get the Anthony's home because they were going to move out, or they were going to go get themselves their own apartment.
Did she tell you during this time period when the Anthonys were supposedly moving out of their home?
I can't recall the exact time, but it was all relevant to that at that point.
It was what?
It was all relevant to that time frame.
You mentioned the word Amy. Who's this Amy that you're talking about?
Amy Huzenga, I believe, was one of her friends.
When you first heard this name, had you met this woman?
No. No, I'm sorry. No, I met her. She came the night I met Casey.
All right. So the defendant was going to live with Amy,
Yes,
either in the home or in another apartment.
correct.
All right. Again, during this time period, did she tell you about her home life? Did she say anything about her dad?
Not at that time.
All right. Did she say anything about her relationship with her mother?
Not that I can recall at that point in time.
Okay. Right now, everything is just pretty good.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let's put it this way. By the 18th of June, were you and the defendant sharing secrets? Well, I mean, were you sharing any of your secrets?
Not that I can remember.
All right. This was a new relationship.
Yes, sir.
All right. So June 19th, you look for an apartment. June 20th. This is, did you go to Fusion again that night?
Yes, sir.
Was this another hip hop showcase?
Yes.
And again, this is something that you promoted.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant go with you?
Yes, sir.
During this hip hop showcase, did anything different happen than happened the last time?
Yes. 20th, there was a hot body contest that happened.
Was the hot body contest something that had been promoted beforehand?
I can't recall if it was promoted beforehand, but it definitely was, I want to say, maybe a last-minute decision.
All right. And when you got there, were there enough people to have a hot body contest?
More or less.
At some point, was the defendant asked to participate in that contest?
Yes.
Who asked her to participate?
I wasn't present for it. I was actually notified by her that said she was going to do it. And I was like, oh, I guess, okay, if you want to do it, you want to do it.
Did you have any objections to that?
Portion to be stricken.
As to hearsay to be overruled.
Just testified as to information he was given.
Sir, who gave you that information?
Casey did.
Objection overruled.
She told you she was going to participate in this contest.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any objection to her doing so?
I can't recall. I maybe hesitated for a second, but I said, hey, if you want to do it, you want to do it. So.
Now, you were actually present for the contest, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if we talked about this before, but since this is your showcase, what is your role?
My whole role that I took was basically making sure that nothing got out of hand. That was basically it. I made sure that, no one was harassing the bartenders. Basically like head security, if you want to say, more or less, of the night.
Did you entertain?
No, I did not.
Do you have a picture on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing what's been marked for identification, BR. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the hot body contest going on.
I'm sorry?
The hot body contest going on.
Okay. Do you recognize Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is she wearing?
A blue dress.
Is that the same dress that she came to the showcase in?
Yes.
All right. I know the picture's kind of cut off, but can you tell who's singing there?
That is Clint.
Clint House?
Roy House, yes.
And you were present while this was going on?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the defendant participating in the contest on June 20th, 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move this exhibit, BR, into evidence as the state's next in line.
Mr. Baez?
Yes, sir, we object. We renew our previous motions and objections at 403, 404.5, and 803.
Noting previous objections, will be overruled and received into evidence.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, may I publish State's Exhibit Number 8?
You may publish it to the jury.
Thank you, sir. On this night, sir, did you notice any difference in Casey Anthony's demeanor as you had any other previous time that you'd spent with her?
No. No, sir.
At any time during this night, did she ever tell you that her child was missing?
No, sir.
Had been kidnapped?
No, sir.
Was actively looking for her?
No, sir.
Asked you for help?
Nope.
Did she ever tell you during this night that she needed help?
No.
That something had happened to her?
Nope.
Thank you. Let me backtrack a little bit. You had said that you had a lot of different phone numbers.
Yes, sir.
During this time frame, did you have a phone number with a 631 in it?
Yes. I only had different phone numbers because of her media harassment.
Because of what?
Media harassment.
All right. But up until that time, you said...
Yeah, that was what same. I had one phone number at that time, yes.
Right. And was that a 631 number?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So was that hip-hop showcase a success?
Yes.
All right. And the defendant came home with you?
Yes, sir.
Was there, directing your attention to June 23rd, was there a time during that particular date that the defendant notified you that she had run out of gas?
Yes, sir.
Approximately what time, if you recall, did she let you know this?
Mid-afternoon to late afternoon.
Were you in class or were you at home?
I was at home.
I'm sorry?
Home. I was at the apartment.
Had you been to class that morning?
Yes.
What do you recall her telling you when she called you?
That she ran out of gas and she needed to get picked up.
When she told you she ran out of gas, did she sound frantic,
No.
scared,
No.
worried,
No.
angry?
No.
And she just asked you for some help?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any problem giving her that help?
No.
What did you do?
I went to where she told me she was, and I picked her up.
All right. Where did she tell you she was?
That she was walking on, I can't remember the name of the road. It's the main road that is going south towards her house.
How long did it take you to get there?
I can't recall how long. Whatever it would take me from going from the apartment to that area.
Did you talk to her on the phone while you were going to meet her?
I would believe so. Yes.
When you picked her up, did she have, was she on the street?
Yes.
Did she have anything with her?
A backpack.
Was that a backpack that you had seen before?
I can't remember.
After picking her up, where did you go?
She said she had gas at her house. So
At her
we
house?
went to her house to get gas.
Had you ever been to her house before?
I don't think so. No.
Did she direct you on how to get there?
Yes.
When you got there, where did you park?
In the driveway.
You were driving your Jeep?
Yes, sir.
When you got there, were there any other cars in the driveway?
No.
Upon getting out of the car, where did you go?
To her backyard.
Did you ever go into the garage?
Yes.
Did you go to the garage before you went to the side of the house?
Yes.
How did you get into the garage?
She opened it.
How did she open it?
I believe she had a keypad or a garage opener. I can't remember.
When the garage door opened, were there any other cars in the garage?
No.
Did you go into the Anthony home?
If I went through the garage, if there was, I can't remember if there was a door to the backyard or if you had to go through the house to get to the backyard. Either way, we went to the backyard.
I understand you went to the backyard. I'm asking you if you recall ever walking or being inside of the Anthony home.
No, I don't recall.
You went to the side of the house.
Yes.
Where did you go?
To a shed.
And when you got to the shed, what did you do?
We had to open up the shed because that's where the gas cans were. So, and there was a lock.
Did you use a key?
No, she said she didn't have a key, so we had to break the lock
How did you break the lock?
with a tire iron from my truck.
Were you concerned about doing this at all?
Yes, I was.
What did you say?
I was like, "Are you sure you want me to break the lock?" And she was like, "Yeah, it's okay. It's my shed." So,
Did you suggest did you suggest to the defendant that maybe she could call her mom or dad?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Sure. Did you suggest any other alternatives other than breaking the lock on the shed?
no, I believed her. I believed her word.
So you got a tire iron out of your car.
Yes, sir.
Were you the one that actually broke the lock?
Yes, sir.
How many gas cans did you take out of the shed?
2.
The gas cans that you took, did they have gas in them?
Yes.
And what did you do with those gas cans after taking them from the shed?
Grabbed the gas cans, put it in my truck, and then she directed me to where her car was.
When you got to where her car was, did you give her the gas cans?
We took them out. Yes.
Who put the gas into the car?
Casey did.
After she put the gas in the car, what did she do with the gas cans?
She put them in the trunk.
And again, what kind of car did she have at this time?
Pontiac.
White?
White.
All right. You saw her put the gas cans in the trunk.
Yes.
When she opened the trunk, could you see inside of it?
No.
From there, where did you all go?
Back to my apartment.
Did the defendant express any concern with breaking into the shed?
No,
When you got back to the apartment, did her mood change at all?
no,
Was she okay?
yes,
You say yes or no?
yes,
Did you spend the rest of the evening with her?
yes,
You had mentioned a few moments ago that about telephone calls.
yes.
Do you recall having or witnessing or being present when the defendant took or answered a telephone call?
No.
What happened when she took a phone call?
She would go outside.
Could you see her outside?
Sometimes she'd be walking around. You could see from my apartment there was like a balcony, and you could see there was a retention pond back there, and then there was like grassy area, and you could see sometimes her walking around out there.
Did you find it odd that she would leave the apartment every time she took a phone call?
Yes and no, but I didn't question it because I figured it was a private matter, maybe with her mom.
Why do you think it might have been a private matter with her mom?
Sometimes, because she would say sometimes she would have to go talk to her mother.
When she came back from these conversations, was there ever a difference in or a change of mood?
No,
Did she ever give you any details about what they spoke about?
no, never got details.
In your presence, did the defendant ever say to you that I'm going to call the babysitter?
Yes,
And did she call the babysitter? Or did she dial a phone?
she would grab the phone, go outside. That's how she would go to dial phone numbers. So who knows if she actually was on the phone or just speak? I don't know.
That was my next
From my
question.
recollection, that she would go outside to use the phone. So,
All right. Did she ever tell you about any arguments that she had with her mom?
I don't remember anything specific.
Do you ever remember her mood drastically changing after she purportedly spoke with her mom?
No, not drastically. Would be what you would normally if you had any kind of altercation with your parents, but not a severe one.
Did she ever give you any details about what they were talking about?
Nor did I want to inquire. It wasn't my business.
Did she give you any indication about what her home life was like?
It wasn't until later, right before New York. I went back to New York for vacation. She one time mentioned
Okay. When did you go to New York?
June 30th to the 5th of July.
The conversations or the talks that you had, was that after you came back?
Yes.
Directing your attention to June 26th of 2008, did the defendant spend the day with you on that day?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall anything that you might have done that day?
Not anything specific.
Just hanging out at the apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
All right.
Bad habit.
Directing your attention to June 27th of 2008, was there another occasion in which the defendant called you to notify you that she had run out of gas?
Yes.
Approximately what time did that happen?
Midday, right before midday.
Did she tell you where she was?
Yes, she said that she was at an Amscot
Did she tell you where?
at the end of Goldenrod Road.
Were you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Did you know where to go?
Yes.
And did you go and pick up the defendant?
Yes, sir.
When you pulled into the Amscot parking lot,
Yes, sir.
did you ever get out of the car?
No.
When you pulled into the Amscot parking lot, was the defendant in the car or outside of the car?
Outside of the car.
When she was outside of the car, did she have anything in her hand?
Bags, groceries.
Was that already in her hand, or did she go into the car and collect it?
No, it was already outside of the car.
I'm sorry, what did she have?
Groceries.
Just groceries. I
Yeah,
itemize them for you. All right. When she got into the car, did she express any anger for having run out of gas again?
So the car broke down, and And I said, do you want me to look at it? And she said that, no, don't worry, my father will take care of it.
So she didn't tell you the car ran out of gas. She told you it broke down.
Yes.
Are you mechanically inclined?
Well, no, like, no.
Do you know engines?
No. I do know some oil, how to change the oil, and I check gaskets and see if something's wrong, something's overheating.
And that's what you offered to do.
Yes.
And what did the defendant say when you offered to help look at the car?
That her father would take care of it.
After you picked her up, did you go back to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did you drop off the groceries?
Yes, sir.
Later on, that day on the 27th, did you go to the Fashion Square Mall with the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with another stipulation?
Yes, you may. Baez, you had a chance to examine the stipulation which bears your signature. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will read you the stipulation between the state and the defense. The copy of the video surveillance recorded at J.C. Penney's on June 27th, 2008 is a true and accurate representation of the business records of J.C. Penney. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
File the stipulation here in open court.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification LF, which is a CD or DVD of the J.C. Penney video, into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense? As to the issue of relevancy, objection will be denied. It will be received in evidence. Mr. Baez, you got to turn the microphone on if you want to
Sorry
hear.
about that.
I know.
It was muffled down on the bottom of my papers. We also object to under 403, 404.5, and 803, Judge.
No to no's objections. They will be overruled. It will be admitted in evidence. It states numbered.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to publish states number 9.
You may publish states number 9.
Let's stop it there for a second, if I may. Sir, do you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
I am the one. What? I can touch the screen?
I'm sorry, yes, you can take your fingers, kind of like a telestrator.
Oh, cool. All right. There we go. Draw a little circle there. That's where I am.
And how about Casey Anthony? Is she in this?
Hold there.
All right. Looks good. I take it you drove to the mall.
Yes, sir.
From this time that you picked up Casey Anthony from the Amscot, did you ever see that car again?
No.
Did you buy anything at the mall?
Did I personally?
Yeah. All right. Hey, this is June 27th. This is, did you go to Fusion again that night?
Yes, sir.
Did you have another showcase?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant go with you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification BI. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
Myself and Casey Anthony.
Looking at that photograph, can you tell the jury when that photograph or when you believe that photograph was taken?
July 27th.
Why do you believe that photograph was taken on June 27th?
From previously what I said with the tie. I used to wear the tie. I first started doing those nights, and then I kind of just stopped wearing one.
Was this just a friend that was taking a picture, or is this somebody hired to take pictures?
Well, he wasn't getting paid. It is a friend,
Okay.
but he does do professional photography.
Are these pictures that are taken, or was this picture taken, or if you can tell us, at the beginning of the night or the end of the night?
I can't recall that.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of what you and Casey Anthony looked like on June 27th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification BI into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense?
Got the mic on. Same objection, Judge. Relevance 404.5, 403, 803.
Okay, noting objections will be overruled. It will be received in evidence at states numbered. Want to publish?
I would, sir.
You may publish.
Thank you. On this night at Fusion, sir, was there any noticeable change in Casey Anthony's demeanor?
No, sir.
Was she upset,
No, sir.
angry,
No, sir.
sad?
No, sir.
Did she tell you at this time, on this date, that her daughter was missing
No, sir.
or kidnapped,
No, sir.
or that she was looking for her,
No, sir.
or that she needed help because something had happened to her?
No, sir.
You had mentioned to us a few minutes ago that you took a trip.
Yes, sir.
Where were you going, or where
Back-
did you go?
I went back home, had a short little vacation. You know, they used to give them sometimes at Full Sail. I took a short vacation to go home in New York,
What date did you leave?
the 30th of June.
How'd you get to the airport?
She drove,
When you say she, who?
I'm sorry, Casey Anthony drove myself and Cameron to the airport.
Where was Cameron going?
What's that?
Where was Cameron going?
Going back home as well in Ohio.
How did you get to the airport?
In my Jeep.
Did you drive to the airport?
Yes.
When you got to the airport, what was the plan for your car?
She was supposed to she being Casey, was supposed to drop my car off back at Sutton Place.
Was there any agreement or discussion about whether or not Casey Anthony would have access to your car while you were gone?
No.
Did you agree to let her use your car?
No, I did not.
Did you expect her to be using your car?
No.
Do you recall having any conversations with her from June 27th up until the time that you were taken to the airport about the status of her car?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
That her dad was supposed to take care of it, or he took it to some place. I can't remember if it was a mechanic or the car dealership, whatever it was. She said that her father was taking care of it.
But in any event, you did not expect her to be using your car.
Yes, sir.
We've been talking a lot about Casey Anthony. Just for record purposes, is Casey Anthony in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point her out, describe something that she's wearing, please?
She is wearing
State accept the stipulation?
No.
Go ahead.
She's sitting over there, desk, wearing a blue blouse.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified Casey Anthony, the defendant in
The
this case.
record will so indicate.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Your Honor. I have no further questions. This witness is subject to recall.
Cross-examination.
George? Good afternoon, Mr. Lazzaro.
Afternoon.
I want to ask you about these photographs.
Sure.
You realize you're here to testify in a first-degree murder case, do you not?
Yes, sir.
Do you realize that Casey Anthony is standing trial in a death penalty case?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Sustained.
when the first photograph that was introduced, did Casey Anthony talk about murdering anyone?
No.
Did she talk about any murders she had just committed?
No.
Did she talk about murders she was planning of committing in the future?
No.
Did she borrow duct tape from anyone there at the party?
No.
Did she get any weapons, knives, guns?
No.
You see a gun in her dress, or did you have the opportunity to see her with any weapons on her?
No.
Okay. What about the second photograph? Did she talk about murdering anybody on that day?
No.
Did she talk about somebody she was going to murder in the future?
No.
Did she talk about murdering Caylee?
No.
Third photograph. Did she talk about murdering anybody on that day?
No.
Did she wear a gun, or were you in the opportunity to see if she had any weapons on her?
Nope.
Did she borrow any duct tape from anyone?
No.
Did she borrow any knives from anyone?
No.
Guns?
No.
Did she borrow anything that you think she could use to commit a murder on on any of those three occasions from anyone?
No.
That you could see?
No.
What about when she went to Penney with you? Did she buy any duct tape there at Penney?
No.
Did she buy any plastic bags?
No.
Did she buy any chloroform there at the Penney?
No.
Did she buy any weapons, knives?
No.
Did she go to the sporting goods department and look at the guns?
No.
Now, you had, I want to talk to you now a little bit about, I'm sorry, I forgot the Blockbuster. Did she buy any weapons there at the Blockbuster?
No.
Did she maybe snag a box cutter or something that you could see?
No.
Did she talk about murdering anybody?
No.
Did she talk about any murders she had previously committed?
No.
Okay. Now, well, she didn't buy any duct tape?
No.
Was there any duct tape laying around that maybe they were unpacking videos from?
No.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about Caylee.
Okay.
How many times did you see Casey with Caylee?
2 to 3 times.
And before you even met Casey, you knew Casey had a daughter.
Yes.
And that was okay with you.
Yeah.
You didn't have any issues with dating a girl who had a child.
No.
And you liked Caylee.
Yes, I did.
And the times that you saw Casey interacting with her daughter, was it in a loving manner?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Casey be attentive to Caylee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Casey ever neglect Caylee in any way?
No.
Did you see Caylee ever go without any food?
No.
Did you see Caylee wearing dirty clothing?
No.
In fact, most of the interaction that you observed with Casey and Caylee was that she was a good mother, right?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Sustained.
Yes, sir. Now, there was an incident where, actually on June 2nd of 2008, you went with Casey and Caylee to the pool.
Yes, sir.
You spent some time together.
Yes.
And was there an incident where you saw Casey have to discipline Caylee?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
Could you be more specific on what you mean by discipline, too?
Sure. If you can give me just a moment, I'll find them. Okay. And when I say discipline, I'm referring to maybe raise her voice at Caylee.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And do you recall a situation by the pool where she had to raise her voice at Caylee?
Not by the pool, no.
Do you recall that at all?
No.
If I showed you your statement that you gave to law enforcement on, I believe it was September 15th of 2008, would that reflect your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. I'm referring to Bates stamp 1653, Counsel.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
From where I just wrote my statement, she was going near the pool, and she didn't want her to go near the pool, obviously. Tyler likes to mosey on off sometimes, and she got probably too close to the pool. Too close to the pool.
And what did Casey do once she got too close to the pool?
What any other mother would do, try to stop her from getting from the pool. Stop, hey, stop, you know?
Was it your impression that Caylee really enjoyed the pool?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to see that?
Yes.
When Mr. George asked you if you had an opportunity to share secrets with Casey, there was a secret that she shared with you, did she not?
Yes.
And it was in reference to her father abusing her, did she not?
Predicate's been laid, it's outside the scope of the direct examination, and it's hearsay.
Sustained on hearsay.
Judge, we would have argued the last objection would be an admission as opposed to hearsay. It's a statement of the defendant.
It's also self-serving. Objection sustained. Let's move on.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Lazzaro, you were very cooperative with law enforcement, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And this was from the very beginning.
Yes, sir.
In fact, the only people you would talk to was law enforcement, was it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you wouldn't even speak to the defense, would you?
I didn't know I had to.
Unless it was at deposition.
Right.
Okay. And you cooperated with their every request.
Yes.
You allowed them to tap your phone.
Yes.
You wore a wire for them with Lee Anthony.
Yes.
And you gave numerous sworn statements, did you not?
Yes, sir.
5 to be exact.
I can't remember.
And you never made any statements to the media,
No.
despite being harassed left and right by them.
Yeah, I did not talk to the media.
And you never sold any of photographs or made any money off of this case?
No,
in
sir.
any way?
No, sir.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about the first time Casey ran out of gas.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when you went to get the gas cans and you broke in the shed, you had to do that, right?
Yes.
And that's because she couldn't do it.
Well, she could.
She could.
Yeah.
She could break a lock on her own.
Well, she was a girl. Probably better off if I was doing it.
Okay. I didn't understand your answer. Are you saying she could or she could not?
She could have.
She could have.
Right.
Okay. Well, did you get the impression that, I mean, how much do you think she weighs? 105 pounds wet?
Overall.
Give or take.
Okay. And do you think, well, I'll refer, I'll move on. Let me ask you this. So you got the gas cans. There were 2 gas cans.
Yes, sir.
And then at that point, you drove to her car.
Yes.
Did she at any time tell you, stay away from my car?
No.
Did she say, or did she kind of lean in front of you so you wouldn't get near her car?
No.
Was she blocking you in any way?
No.
Did she tell you at any time to stay away or you couldn't get anywhere near her trunk?
No.
Now, when you poured the first can into the,
Well, she actually poured the gas can.
okay, when she poured that gas can
Right.
into the tank, you were standing next to her.
Correct.
And how far away would you say from the trunk is the gas gauge?
Here's the car.
Sir.
There's the gas tank. I was standing here, and she was standing here.
Okay. So maybe 2 feet away from the trunk?
Yeah, more than 2 feet.
Object to counsel testifying to measurements that there's
It's cross-examination. He's leading.
I think a predicate still needs to be established.
Overrule?
So about 2 feet.
I would say more than that, probably.
Okay. Now, after she poured the first gas can in, she opened the trunk.
No.
Okay. Was it after the second gas can was put in that she?
I only recall her. I remember her putting the gas in the car, and then she put them away in the trunk. So she had to open the trunk after.
Okay. And when she, at any time, either before, after, or during, did you smell any stench in that car?
No, sir.
Now,
But I wasn't in the car.
I realize you weren't in the car, and I understand. We'll get to that in a moment. Now, she had keys to her car, did she not?
What's that?
She had keys to her
Yes,
car,
sir.
right? Because she eventually drove it away?
Yes.
And so there was nothing to preclude her from putting the gas cans in maybe the front seat of her car,
Right.
or in the back seat of her car.
Right.
But instead, she put it in the trunk of her car.
Right.
And I know it's been a long time,
Yes, sir.
and I want to ask you do you recall if you saw the corner lining of her trunk when she opened the car trunk?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you your sworn statement to law enforcement given on October of 2008?
Sure.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I didn't know what you meant by lining.
No problem. Okay, so when she opened the trunk, you were close enough to see the liner. The
You would
inside
see
liner.
where the rubber meets, I guess, and the very edge of the corner. Yes.
Okay. Now, the second time that she ran out of gas, she actually told you she ran out of gas, did she not?
Yes.
Because there was a bit, I thought I heard you testify that she said the car broke down, but she actually told you she ran out of gas, did she
Right.
not?
I'm sorry. I must have misspoken, but yeah, I was meaning broke down, meaning she ran out of gas.
Okay. So just so the jury's clear, on the 27th of June, you came because she ran out of gas, not because her car broke down.
Yes.
And you weren't going to take a look at it because the car broke down. You were just offering to be
I was just offering help in general.
Okay. Now, you came down from New York to testify here, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't live here anymore.
No, sir.
You don't have any family here
No. Actually, I do. Fort Lauderdale.
in Fort Lauderdale, but not here in Orlando. Okay. And would it be a hardship for you to come back and testify again?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to introduce a photograph rather than have to have this witness come back. If
Yeah, you may. Okay, objection sustained. Your next question.
Yes, Judge. In order to lay the predicate, rather than get a little tricky with the electronics, I'd like to show them the black and white.
What we have is that you're not going to
Correct.
need to lay a predicate based upon what was said, but you can't introduce those now, subject to what I said over here at the bench, so the next area. So you're not going to have
So
a
I don't
problem.
have to even lay the predicate. It's
No, just read the identification numbers into the record so we'll know what you're talking about for purposes of the record, just in case.
yes, sir. Defense Exhibit Q and Defense Exhibit P.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you went to pick up Caylee at the Amscot,
Yes.
her car was parked into a parking spot, was it not?
More or less, it was kind of, if I remember, cockeyed.
Okay. And it was at the Amscot off of, was it Colonial Road? Colonial Drive?
Goldenrod meets Colonial, from my recollection of the area, so yes.
And within 20, I guess, that's next door to a gas station, is it not?
I don't remember.
Is there a Sam's Club right next door?
No.
Okay. Judge, may I show the witness the photograph?
Yeah, you can show him the photograph. I don't know where you're going right now, but you can show him the photograph.
I show you a photograph of the Amscot. Would that help refresh your recollection as to whether there's a gas station next door?
No. Unless it's on there, I mean,
May I approach the witness?
You can approach the witness, but make sure that's not exposed to the jury.
After looking at the photograph, did that help refresh your recollection as to whether there was a gas station next to the Amscot?
does it refresh my recollection? No, but do I see it at a gas station? Yes.
Okay. Now, there was a time where you saw Caylee looking at a video on her computer, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And this was while she was living with you.
Objection, Your Honor, on the scope.
I think counsel's gotten into the entire time that we went from June
Overruled.
16th through.
Overruled.
I wanted to talk about the statement that you gave. Actually, let me restate that. You gave a statement in October of 2008 where they asked you, and that wasn't your first statement, is that correct? In October?
No.
In fact, you had been questioned numerous times.
Yes.
And that was the time when you were actually questioned about the first time Caylee ran out of gas, right?
I do not recall if that was the first time.
Do you remember the first time you advised anyone of the time that Caylee had run out of gas for the first time?
Don't remember which statement it was. There's a lot of things going on at the time.
Okay. If I can have just a moment to double check. I do have some matters that we'd like to go into, but I'd like to recall the witness or save it for tomorrow, if that's all right.
Okay. How long is the rest of your cross-examination?
20 more minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, we'll come back tomorrow.
I'm sorry?
We will come back tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. I apologize.
You're welcome.
The acoustics here is...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. I'm going to ask you to remember all of my previous instructions, not to read, watch, nor listen to any news accounts. We will also take in consideration your request to work on Memorial Day. These are the factors that will be involved. 1, witness availability. 2, this building is scheduled to be closed Memorial Day, which means that it is a county-ran facility. So I would have to check with Orange County because to open the facility up involves budget dollars. And as you all know, they're hard to come by. and some other factors, including there are at least 3 other budgets that are affected. That's not solely my budget that I would have to look into. So have your requests, and I will let you know at least by Friday. But if we don't, I don't think you'll get bored Monday. Planning some activities for those who would want to participate. So you just won't be, unless you choose to, confined to whatever hotel you'll be staying in. Okay? All right. With that, have a good evening. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay, state recognized presence of jury. Defense? Okay, Mr. Baez, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Mr. George. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Lazzaro.
Morning.
I want to start off and I want to talk about Caylee. Now, we talked yesterday about the interaction that you saw between Caylee and Casey.
Yes.
What I didn't ask you is, did you ever have the opportunity to see Caylee laughing with Casey?
Yes.
Did you ever see Caylee hugging Casey?
Yes.
Did you ever see Caylee run to Casey?
Yes.
Did that affection appear genuine to you?
Yes.
Was she faking that?
No.
Sustain.
Did it appear to you to be a lot of love between Caylee and Casey?
Objection, same objection, it's speculation.
I think,
Overruled.
Yes.
and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed as to their interactions.
From what I can remember, it was completely. She'd have a book. She'd have her teddy bear. We would go down to the pool, teaching her how to swim. Talk about Caylee. Caylee liked to Dora the Explorer and could count to 40 in Spanish, which was pretty incredible for her age. And she was a great little girl.
And who taught her how to count to
The
40
Dora
in Spanish?
Explorer was, from what my knowledge was her favorite show.
Okay. And how often during that time did you see Casey and Caylee hugging and showing affection with one another?
Pretty much the whole time.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the gas can that you picked up the first time from the shed.
Okay.
Okay. Did it have any duct tape on it?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Now, as to some of these photos, do you normally, when you promote a club, have photographers there to promote so that way people can see?
Like I said, those are friends of mine, and basically they were going to school for photography, so it looks good for them to have snapshots. It helps them better their work, so when they get out of school, they could, have experience.
And when you promote your club, a lot of that is done online, is it not?
Yes.
And some of these photographs are put online, are they not?
Yeah.
And the photographs are put online so people who aren't familiar with your night at that club can see pretty much what the atmosphere is like.
Sure.
And part of that atmosphere is pretty girls.
And yeah, sure.
And young men such as yourself would prefer to go to a club that has pretty girls dancing.
Sure.
And that's kind of the idea of promotion, is to get people through to the door.
Yes.
Right. Now, And you said this, that the person who took these photographs was a friend of yours.
Yes.
And part of that, again, is showing everybody's having a good time.
Yes.
Yesterday, we talked about when Mr. George questioned you about you and Casey sharing secrets. Now, I don't want you to tell us what the secret is, but I do want to ask you, was that secret told before Casey got arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And so if an accusation were made that it was made up after she got arrested, that would not be true.
As to relevance, overruled, sustained as to hearsay.
Don't tell us what the secret is, but it was certainly, definitely 100% made before Casey ever got arrested.
Let me approach you. You may. Okay, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lazzaro, your relationship with Casey got pretty intense at a certain, towards the June and July time period, did it not? You were spending more.
Intense how?
You're spending more time together.
Yes.
You began to care for one another.
Yes.
And in fact, well, let me ask you, did Casey ever tell you she loved you?
Yes.
Did you ever tell Casey you loved her?
Yes.
Now, you would talk all the time on the phone,
Yes.
even when you weren't together?
Well, if we weren't together, that's when we were talking on the
I
phone.
know. I'm sorry. I meant even when you weren't in the same, you were in New York, that's what I meant. When you were in New York.
Yes.
Yeah. And when she would go home, even after seeing her all day, you'd talk, text, and so on.
I believe so.
In fact, in one of your statements to law enforcement, you talked about how you would talk till you fall asleep, right?
Sure. Yes.
You used the word that you would talk until you just passed out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it wasn't because you were drunk or anything like that?
No.
Or under any drugs, was it?
No. No.
Okay, that's just a phrase that you use, passed out. for-
We will, because sometimes later, I usually am one of those people that will pass out
Okay.
on the phone. Not because it's boring or anything, but just talking on the phone is usually not my kind of thing.
Okay. But the two of you would talk at all hours of the night and text each other and everything like that.
Yes.
Now, when this all occurred on July 15th, when the news broke and everything like that, you were shocked.
Well, the news didn't break on July.
I'm sorry, July 15th or 16th. The 16th, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And even today, you remain completely shocked over this situation.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of possible speculation.
Sustained.
The questioning that Mr. George had asked you when comparing her, Casey's behavior before June 16th and post June 16th, that is something difficult for you to deal with, is it not?
Yes.
Because something's just not right about
Yes.
that. It's bizarre.
Objections, the relevance, Your Honor.
Overrule as to that question.
It's bizarre, right?
Yes.
And you felt that if she would have confided in anyone, it would have been you.
Yes. Or her parents.
And she did not.
To my knowledge of her parents, no. And to me, definitely no.
Now, you talked about during direct examination that any time Casey talked to her parents, she went outside.
To my knowledge, yes.
And she kept that world separate from your world.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Lazzaro, good morning.
Morning.
Just want to follow up on a couple of topics that Mr. Baez had brought up to you. We'll start with some of the things he brought up this morning. In reference to the gas cans, as you sit here today, can you describe the gas cans for us?
Red.
Anything else?
They're just the small hand gas cans.
Were they, when you were asked whether or not those gas cans had duct tape, do you know?
I can't remember.
Okay. So they may have, you just don't know.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Baez also talked to you about communicating with the defendant, and I believe you stated that you would talk all the time on the phone,
Yes.
either talking or texting or something along those lines.
Yes.
After she moved in with you on the 16th, you didn't have to talk all the time, did you?
Right.
Because she was always there.
Correct.
Yesterday, Mr. Baez was asking you about the circumstances after you obtained the gas cans and went back to the defendant's car.
Correct.
Do you remember that testimony? Do you remember Mr. Baez asking you those questions?
Yes.
And when he did that, he referenced an interview.
Overrule at this point. Let him finish answering the question. Mr. Lazzaro, do not answer the question until I tell you to answer the question. You may continue.
Do you remember yesterday, Mr. Baez asking you questions about an interview you gave to law enforcement on October 16th of 2008?
Okay, Mr. Baez, is that objection?
No objection at this time.
Okay, you may answer the question, sir.
Yes.
And do you remember him referencing a certain page to you and approached you and showed that to you? Yesterday.
Yes. He showed me a page for the Amscot one that we went to Amscot.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that. When you obtained the gas cans, you went back to the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
When you got out of the car, what did you immediately do? Do you remember what you told Detective Edwards?
We grabbed the gas cans out of my tailgate and walked over to her car.
When you walked over to the car, what did you do with the gas can?
Handed it to Casey.
And what did Casey do with them at that point?
Put it into the car.
At that point, was her trunk open or closed?
Closed.
And where were you standing when she was pouring the gas into the tank?
Behind her, closer to the front of the car.
Could you smell the gasoline?
Yes.
How would you describe the scent of the gasoline? Was it very strong? Was it mild?
The same scent that you would have if you were just finishing up pouring some gas out of at a gas station.
And I believe you testified there were two gas cans, correct?
Correct.
The defendant poured the first gas can into the car?
Yes.
When that was emptied into the car, what did you do with the second gas can?
The second gas can, handed it to her.
Are you still in the same position?
No.
Okay, where are you?
Handing it to her, and then I'm actually going to close my tailgate.
All right, so you're walking away from the car.
Correct.
At this point, the trunk is the trunk still closed?
I believe so.
All right. Did the defendant then finish putting the gas into the second gas can, the gas that's in the second gas can, into the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. When she is done doing that, what are you doing?
I saw her walking back to her car. I was right near her car because my car was parked here and she was parked right there.
Okay. She's behind your car.
Behind me. I was in front of her.
Okay.
And I saw her open up the trunk.
All right. Now, from that vantage point, the trunk is open. You're looking at the top of the trunk, correct?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Sure. You're in front, you're at the back of your car, but at the front of Ms. Anthony's car. Is that what you're
Correct. I started to walk back to see what was going on, to see if she was done with everything.
Okay.
And that's when I saw when I say that the edge of the corner in my statement, you know how cars, when the trunk goes up, you can see underneath the trunk a little bit, you could see the rubber lining of the trunk. That's what I saw.
When you say the rubber lining of the trunk, are you referring to
Where the trunk actually comes down and meets and seals.
Okay. So could you see into the trunk?
No, I could not see in the trunk.
Again, Your Honor, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness at this time, subject to recall.
Any recross into those areas? You may proceed.
Mr. Lazzaro, when the police questioned you about this specific incident,
Yes.
you knew that the trunk of the car was a significant issue in this case, did you not?
Correct.
In fact, you had seen it on the news many times
Yes, sir.
and seen it reported many times.
Yes, sir.
And despite all of that, you told them that there was no smell.
Correct.
And during this questioning, there was even a time when they were trying to ask you to close your eyes and to try and picture it. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that still didn't waver your testimony.
Correct.
You still told the truth.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Any more questions from the state of Florida? Okay. Mr. Lazzaro, you may stand down, but you're not excused. You need to wait around outside.
Thank you, Your Honor.
George A. Anthony, George, middle initial A, last name Anthony, Anthony.
Good morning, Mr. Anthony.
Good morning.
I want to speak to you today about the date of June 24th of 2008. On that particular date, were you home in the morning of that date?
Yes.
Now, was your schedule on that date different than on a normal workday?
Yes, I had made some plans to do a couple things around the house, meet my wife to deposit a check, and go to a job interview later that afternoon.
So you weren't working your normal 3 to 11 shift on that day?
No, I had called the company I was presently working for and told them I needed the time off to take care of a personal matter.
Was that a day that you normally would have been working?
Yes.
So, on the 24th, did you have occasion to attempt to do some yard maintenance work?
Yes, shortly after 10 o'clock in the morning, yes.
When you got up to prepare for that, what did you do?
Well, like any other time, I go to my side shed, which is on the south side of my home. And as I walked down towards the shed to open up the door, I found that the lock had been broken.
Please display for the witness. This will be State's Exhibit LJ for identification. I'll show it to counsel. Do you recognize this, Mr. Anthony?
Yes.
Do you recognize this to be a diagram of your home and the surrounding property, particularly the backyard?
Yes.
And do you recognize it to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of your house and your yard?
Yes.
All right. Would it be helpful to you in describing to the jury sort of what happened to use this diagram to kind of explain where the shed was and various things?
Well, where I kept my lawn equipment.
Let me just stop you for a second. Would it be helpful to use this to kind of point out to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. This time you ought to move to Evidence State's Exhibit LJ.
What says the defense? Basis of objection?
Prior disclosure, I don't have any. This is the first time I've seen this, Judge.
Could we approach?
Yes. You may proceed. Okay. There being no objections, it will be received in evidence as states numbered
And I'd like to publish it to the jury and allow the witness to use it to explain.
You may publish it to the jury.
All right, sir. As you're going through and telling us stuff, I want you to just kind of be able to refer to the diagram, okay?
Yes.
So you said you went out to the shed which contained your, I guess, lawn equipment.
Lawn equipment,
Okay.
yes.
Could you just, and I think you should be able to touch the screen and make a little circle, just circle which shed that is. Okay, so that's the one at the bottom right corner of the diagram.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's just orient a couple of the things here since we've got the diagram up. There's an item up on the top right that says Playhouse. What is that?
That's Caylee's playhouse. That's that we got for her just prior to her second birthday.
All right. And obviously there's a circular item that says pool. Is that an above-ground pool?
Yes.
And the two items that are shed on the left, those are sheds holding different purposes?
The one shed we have our bicycles inside, rafts for the beach. The other one just has some other miscellaneous plant things, things for our pool, just
All right. And
miscellaneous items.
the patio that's depicted here, is that a enclosed screen patio?
It's an enclosed screen patio.
All right. So you go out to the shed to start your lawn work. What do you find?
I find that the lock had been broken off of the shed. The right side door was partially open, about 2 or 3 inches.
And what type of shed is this? Is it a wood shed, metal shed, plastic shed?
It's plastic fiberglass. Rubbermaid is the brand of it.
Okay. One of those you can like buy at Home Depot or Lowe's and
Yes.
put together. All right. So what kind of lock was on it?
Just a small, like a master key type lock, nothing extravagant at all. I just took one key to open it up.
And was the lock still on it, but was the lock itself broken, or the sort of the shed latch was broken? What was
Well,
broken?
the shed had like a 2 eyelet plastic connection that went to it, and I just slid the lock itself between it just to lock it.
Okay, sort of a hole in each door. You stick the lock through
Right.
the middle.
Yes, sir.
And was the shed part broken, or the lock itself broken?
Just the shed part, just the plastic eyelet pieces were broken.
All right. So, did you open the shed to see if anything? Pardon me. If anything was missing?
Well, first thing I opened up the shed and I looked to the right, I automatically seen the lock itself. The lock was inside of the shed, which I thought was somewhat unusual. And I just did a quick scan, and I seen the lawnmower was there, other tools and stuff that I'd be using, the blower, the edger, also a generator I have in there. And I looked over to my left where I kept the gas cans up above the ground, and both gas cans were gone.
Now, were any of the actual power tools missing? The lawnmowers, edgers, any of that more expensive
No, they
stuff?
were not, which I found somewhat unusual,
So just the gas cans.
just the gas cans.
Okay. So, what did you do in response to that?
Well, first took a step back and just shook my head and wondered, okay, why just take the gas cans?
Okay.
When there was other things more valuable to me, inside there.
Sure.
I immediately just went and I said, well, I need to make a report on this because, again, this could be conceived as hearsay, but neighbors do talk, and we know that there's been minor thefts, gas taken from vehicles, so on and so forth in the area.
All right.
So I just thought, well, I'll at least call and make a report. If the gas cans are ever found and make a description of them, I'll get them back.
All right. And did you, what agency did you call?
I called the Orange County Sheriff's Department because we're in their jurisdiction.
And approximately what time of the day would this have been?
I'm going to say it was probably close to maybe 10:30 in the morning, and I know within about 10 minutes after making the initial report, I had a deputy show up to my house.
Okay. It's just more than one deputy or just?
Just one deputy came to our front curb area. Very nice gentleman. I explained to him what happened, and he explained that there have been thefts in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Things like that.
Did you make a report, fill out paperwork to make a report of the theft?
I filled out a report, signed it, gave a brief description of what the gas cans looked like. He said, is there a value on them? And I said, probably in the same neighborhood, maybe between gas and the gas cans replacement, maybe $50. I said, could be more, could be a little bit less, but at least that.
And did he make an extensive investigation, just for fingerprints, take DNA samples, anything like that?
No, he just said he would make the report. He would go ahead and have it available for me if I want to stop by.
Sustained.
All right. So how long was the deputy there?
5-10 minutes. It wasn't a real long report.
And did he leave you some paperwork to document that you had made the report?
Yes.
All right. So what did you do about your plan to do yard work?
Well, I sort of had to put that on hold because I knew I'd have to go out and purchase new gas cans to get the job done.
Did you actually go out and buy new gas cans at that point?
Yes, I went out and bought 2 more plastic gas cans, but I also went and alerted my next door neighbor, the Bruner residents, who just had moved in just about 3 years prior to that.
That would be Mr. Berner?
Yes,
Brian
was here
Berner.
yesterday.
All right. So did you get your lawn mowed?
Pardon
that
me?
day? Did you get your lawn mowed that day?
As a matter of fact, I did not get my lawn mowed that day.
Okay. Did there come a point in time, up until this point, from June 16th that we talked about previously to this date, June 24th, had you seen your daughter, Casey?
I can't remember seeing Casey come back, to our house at all. I don't remember seeing her from the last time I saw her on the 16th till the immediate report.
So on the 24th, did you see your daughter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Approximately what time was that?
Shortly after 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Now, is that a time where, on your normal schedule, you would have been already on your way to work?
Within that 2 to 2:15 time, 2:15 p.m., I would have been leaving for work, yes.
But you were there because of the interview?
Yes, because my interview wasn't until 6 p.m. that evening.
So, tell us what led up to your seeing Casey.
I was just inside my living room area. I just had come home after depositing a check with my wife at our local bank, and was just sort of easing into my thought process of what I was going to be doing this interview. It was a great opportunity for me, and just trying to feel at ease for the next couple hours or so.
Sustained.
So you were in your living room?
Yes.
Okay. Just sort of put a little spot on your living room. I guess it's pretty obvious, but right there. Okay. So you're in your living room. Tell us about what happened next with you're seeing Casey.
Well, after being home just a few moments, I heard the garage door come up, and next thing I know, here's Casey coming in the house.
Now, was your car in the garage?
Yes.
All right. So you hear the door come up, and obviously your car is in there. So, are you concerned at all about who's coming in the middle of the afternoon?
I was concerned because I knew it couldn't have been my wife because she'd still been working because I just had saw her previously. And
okay. So when you first see Casey, let me just clear this diagram here. When you first saw Casey, where was she? Just put a little circle on the diagram.
I first saw Casey just right near the front door area.
Right. And she was coming in from the garage through this. What is that room between the garage and the living room?
Wherever the AC unit is at, if I'm
Right.
pointing right there, we have a little hallway that comes in from the garage.
And is that where she came through?
Yes.
Okay. Were you surprised to see her?
Yes, happy. I mean, I was glad to see my daughter. I haven't seen her for some time, and just...
What was her reaction to seeing you?
Somewhat of surprise on her part.
Now, pardon me. Tell me about, did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did. I asked her how she was doing, what she's doing there. I asked, where's Caylee? And she says, Dad, so I only got 10 minutes. I got to get my clothes. I got to take off and go to work. I said, oh, okay. I mean, then I did ask a little bit more about her and, schedule. I asked some of them more about Caylee, where's she at? I haven't talked to her. We haven't seen her. Has Mom been talking to you? And she was a little evasive with me, but again, she said she had 10 minutes. I said, okay.
Did you just assume she was rushing somewhere?
She was rushing to get some clothes to go to work. And I said, okay.
Now, upon seeing Casey and upon what you told us about early in the morning, did you become to suspect that she might know something about these missing gas cans?
I have felt on different occasions that the gas cans or gas has been used without my knowledge from different times, and I was always just wondering, it just doesn't evaporate that quickly, especially when it's a concealed area that I have it in and locked and things like that. I did ask Casey about it.
Okay.
And she said, Dad, I don't know what you're talking about. And I says, well, it's really wild. As I said, I go to mow the grass this morning, and I said, I don't have any gas for the lawnmower and for the edger and stuff. She says, oh, Dad, she says, I don't know what to tell you. I said, okay. And I sort of just let it go for a moment. But then again, I've seen some indication on her car where there were like spill marks and stuff like that whenever...
You talk about in the past?
In the past, yes.
Okay.
And I've seen spill marks on the particular Sunfire she has.
Well, I don't want to go too deep into why you were suspicious. The question, I guess the point was that you thought maybe she had taken the gas.
Yes.
All right. So what did you do in an effort to investigate that?
Well, I just wanted to, I guess, maybe conduct my own little, I'm going to say the word investigate. I just wanted to question her a little bit more about some things. So I decided, well, I was planning on that weekend changing the oil in my wife's car, rotating the tires. I do that stuff at our home. And inside of Casey's car and my wife's vehicle, I have these little metal triangular triangular things that you support with your tires with when you jack your car up that the car doesn't move. Well, Casey had one, and I put it back there, so I knew it should be there. And
Like something to keep the car from sliding back while you're working on it? Okay.
So I inquired about going out and get it. I said, Casey, I said, I need to get something out of your car. Her conversation to me was, what do you want to get out of the car? I said, I said that little metal type block, that little triangular block. I said, I need that, again, like I said, to work on her mother's car for the weekend. Dad, I'll get it for you. I said, no, Casey, I know where it's at. I got an extra key. I would just go out and get it.
So you had a key to her car?
Right. We've always kept at least 2 or 3 extra keys for each one of our vehicles in case we get locked out.
So you could have gone out and opened the trunk while she was getting ready or whatever? Okay.
So after just maybe a little bit of back and forth, talk here and there, I mean, it was very cordial, very nice. As I'm starting to walk down our little hallway to go out through the garage because the garage door is open, Casey just brushes past me very quickly, says, Dad, I'll get it. I'll get it out of the car. Says, Casey, I'm capable of going out and get it. So as she almost nearly runs to the back of her car, and I'm walking, just thinking, okay, here we go, a little funny time here between her and I. As I get towards the end of the car, right at the passenger rear, just where the taillight and stuff is at, Casey opens up the trunk, throws the trunk open, reaches in and grabs the gas cans. She said, I hate to say this, here's your fucking gas cans, and places them down on the ground and slams her trunk. I didn't know what to say at first. And I said, why? She says, I needed them. I've had...
Judge.
Go ahead. Dad, I needed them. I've been having problems with the car, so on and so forth. I said, this makes no sense to me. She says, well, I've been taking a trip. She said, I've been needing for... I run low on fuel. I don't have money or this. And I said, whatever the reason is, I said, I don't want to get upset any more than I already am. I said, and you don't need to get upset before I go into work. I says, we'll talk later. So I picked up the gas cans and I went in to where my garage door was and I just set them on our little freezer that we had and just told Casey, I said, listen, we'll talk later. Because I was just, I don't know, I guess the word mortified, I guess could be. It's like, I know in the past they had been missing or used. And now finally when I caught her with them.
Well, let me stop you because I don't want to go too far into the past. Suffice it to say you were a little annoyed about this. Okay. As her car, was it in your garage or was it on the driveway?
It's in a driveway parked about right in the middle of the drive itself.
Now, when she opened the trunk, did you look in the trunk?
Never had a chance to.
Now, when you were standing there at the trunk, did you smell anything unusual?
The only smell that I had was the smell of gas from these gas cans. That's the only thing I had at the time.
Okay, that's the only thing you remember?
Yes.
All right. All right, so you got your gas cans back. What did Casey do then?
She abruptly got into her car, backed out of the driveway, and I didn't see her again.
Now, during any of these conversations with Casey, did you mention to her that you had called the police?
I had told her about that I had made a report, and she said, well, yeah, she says, I talked to Mom. Mom knows about it. Okay, Mom knows about it.
Had you told your wife during the interim hours about the gas cans and the police report and all that?
Right after I'd made the report with the sheriff's department, I called Cindy briefly, and I just it sort of made her chuckle for a second and made me sort of chuckle. And I said, guess what? I said, someone broke into our shed and took our gas cans.
Okay. You said somebody broke in and you told her about the break-in?
Yes, I told Cindy about that, yes.
All right. Now, okay, could I have State's Exhibit AJ, please? Now, sir, would you look at State's Exhibit AJ? Is that one of the gas cans that we've been talking about here?
Yes.
And it's an older metal gas can?
Yes.
How long have you had it?
Wow. 25 years at least. That I've had it for quite some time.
Now, in this photograph, it has a piece of duct tape over over a portion of it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, was it your habit to place a piece of duct tape on this can for some reason?
The only reason that piece of duct tape is on there is because the plastic cap, it's a vent cap that is generally on any type of gas can or something like that to vent when you're pouring it out, was gone. When Casey brought those back to me, brought this one and the other smaller one back to me, it was gone. So I did place that particular one back on there because I didn't want a gas smell out in the shed or inside the house.
All right. May I have State's AK? And you see State's Exhibit AK, which is being shown to you. It's a photograph taken at a later time, obviously, but is that the other gas can we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
All right. Could I have a State's Exhibit D, please? Looking at State's Exhibit D, do you recognize this as a photograph? Do you recognize what this is a photograph of?
That is our Pontiac Sunfire.
Now, when you say ours, clarify its legal ownership for us for a moment.
The Pontiac Sunfire is in my name and my wife's name. We have title to the vehicle.
And at the particular time that we're speaking of, which is June 24th, whose car was this as far as use and possession?
Was Casey's car.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Judge, we would request the morning recess at this time, if that's possible.
Okay. We will take a 15-minute recess at this time to 10 minutes past the hour.
You testified under direct examination that you knew Casey would take gas from the gas cans.
I had suspected that in the past, yes.
And you had actually caught her and confronted her about it previously.
We had a discussion about it, yes.
And in fact, you told her, if you need gas, I'll give you $10 for it. Don't take gas from my gas cans.
Yes.
And it would upset you that Casey would take gas from the gas cans prior to this ever happening.
Yes.
Now, on June 24th, you haven't seen your granddaughter for 9 days.
Yes.
And you lived with her all her life, rather.
Yes.
Never went 24 hours without seeing her.
That, yes.
And on June 24th,
Okay, let's go off the record for a second and see what's going on.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anthony, you stated the last time you saw your granddaughter was on June 16th, correct?
Correct.
And on June 24th, you called the police.
Yes.
And you called the police to report gas cans missing,
Yes.
not your granddaughter missing.
Correct.
Is that a yes, sir?
My granddaughter was not missing at that time.
My question to you is, not your granddaughter missing. Is that correct?
Overruled.
My granddaughter was not missing at that time.
I didn't
to my
ask you
knowledge.
that, sir. I asked you whether that you didn't call the police to report your granddaughter was missing on June 24th. Did you, sir?
I didn't call about my granddaughter being missing on the 24th of June.
So
I
the
called
answer
a
is-
reference to a gas cans being taken from my shed.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Now, when you had the police officer there, and you were talking about these gas cans, did you tell this police officer, my granddaughter's missing?
No.
Did you tell him, my daughter has been basically not telling me the truth as to where she is?
Objection. Argumentative. Assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Overruled at this point, Mr. Ashton.
Did you tell that to the deputy when he arrived?
No.
Did you tell the deputy, even though I'm reporting these gas cans missing, my daughter has been taking gas in the past?
No.
Did you tell the police officer, I even confronted my daughter about taking gas in the past?
No.
Did you call your daughter and ask her, hey, did you take gas?
No.
You didn't do any of those things.
Did not.
Instead, you picked up the phone and called the police.
Yes.
Now, this alleged argument that you had with her, you stated that she basically came in, was in a hurry,
Yes.
and she told you she had to go to work.
Yes.
And you told her you needed to get something out of her trunk.
Yes.
And she didn't want you near her trunk.
Yes.
And she opened the trunk.
Yes.
And you didn't smell anything.
Yes. Didn't smell anything.
And you said, I hate to say this. Here's your fucking gas cans. You said that, right?
That's what she said to me.
But that's what you testified to.
Yes.
Now, when she gave you these gas cans, they did not have any duct tape on it, did they?
Had no duct tape whatsoever.
And before that, actually, you could see in her trunk, could you not?
I could not.
I'd like to refer counsel to Bates, page 7921. 30th, 2000. Sorry.
I'm gonna remind you one more time. When you speak, speak into a microphone. Walking around and talking, the court reporter cannot hear you. So if you're not at the podium, you're not with a microphone on, do not speak. You may continue.
Yes, sir. Mr. Anthony, do you recall giving a statement to the FBI on July 30th of 2008?
I don't remember the exact date, but I talked to the FBI and
You talked
numerous
to
times.
an agent, Scott Boland. Do you remember speaking to Agent
I remember who Scott Boland is, yes.
And do you recall that they videotaped you?
I'm sure We were videotaped numerous times, yes.
And page 44, line 21 and 22.
Find it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
May proceed.
When Agent Scott, do you recall Agent Scott Bowling saying, okay, when she popped the trunk, were you back at the back of the car? And you answered, yeah, there was definitely, I could see clothes back there. Do you recall making that statement, sir?
I don't recall making that statement, but presumably, I guess I did if it's written down there in written word.
So your testimony under direct examination that you couldn't see what was in the trunk of the car was not true, sir?
Objection.
Overruled.
You may answer.
I don't recall exactly if I saw clothes in their car or not. I was at the passenger rear corner of the car when Casey pulled the gas cans out.
You know that the trunk of this car is an issue in this case, do you not, sir?
Absolutely, I know that.
And you know, by coming and testifying for the prosecution, that you couldn't see in the trunk of the car would give the impression that you weren't close enough to smell it.
Objection.
Don't you, sir?
Argumentative.
Sustain this to that question.
If you testified, sir, under direct that, well, strike that. Mr. Anthony, you actually were close enough to smell the trunk of that car, were you not?
The only smell that I had was the smell of gas cans when they're placed on the ground in front of me.
And you did not smell any smell of human decomposition on June 24th of 2008 in the trunk of your daughter's car?
Did not.
Now, you just testified that when Casey gave you the gas cans, it did not have duct tape on it, correct?
If you're, which one are you talking about, sir? There's two of them.
When she said, here's your fucking gas cans, it did not have duct tape on it.
Which one are you referring to?
Neither. Neither one of the gas cans had duct tape on it.
Again, you're not being specific with me. I'm not trying to be argumentative, sir. You're not being specific with me.
Can you see on your screen?
Yes.
That gas can.
Yes, sir. And if you would describe that as being one that was a cylinder shape,
Right.
I would agree with you. We wouldn't have had this little
Okay.
moment.
Is that clear enough for you?
Yes, sir.
That did not have duct tape on it, did it not?
When my daughter gave it back to me that day on the 24th outside in our our driveway area, it did not have a piece of duct tape on it.
And we're clear about that.
Yes.
Crystal clear.
Objection. Argumentative asked and answered.
Sustain.
Now, Mr. Anthony, this photograph was taken by law enforcement, was it not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, she gave this gas can back to you on the 24th, right?
Yes.
Now, the reason you called the police is because you had to mow your lawn
Yes.
and there was no gas.
Yes.
And between the 24th of June and August 1st, you had to cut your grass.
Probably did.
In fact, you're pretty religious about it. You cut your grass every week.
Could. Not every week, every other week, every 10 days. It just depends.
I'm referring to the deposition, Mr. Anthony's deposition. August 5th, 2009, counsel. Okay. Page 199, lines 14 through 17. Mr. Anthony, do you recall making this?
Your Honor, if I may just
Yes.
have a moment to look at it.
Sure.
Just a
Thank you.
second.
May I continue, Your Honor?
What
I would
page?
object.
Page
Just a
199.
second. What page?
Page 199.
Line what?
Lines 12 through 17.
Just a second. Okay,
Mr. Anthony,
what's the objection?
It does not qualify as an inconsistent statement.
Okay, let's approach the bench. You may proceed.
Mr. Anthony, you try to mow your lawn every week or at least every 10 days, do you not?
Yes.
And in fact, during that time period from June 24th to August 1st, you did mow your lawn.
I'll have to maybe agree or not agree with that. I'm not really sure. I don't write that stuff down on the calendar.
How many days is from, now, on June 24th, your lawn needed mowing, did it not?
Yes.
And that's why you were out looking for the gas cans. That's something funny, sir.
Your question is sort of funny to me. I mean, to have my mower run, it has to run on gas. So I'm just sort of just chuckling a moment about that. But yes, I'll agree. Yes, I mowed the grass. I wanted to mow the grass that day. I didn't have fuel for the lawnmower to mow it with.
So you mowed your lawn. Obviously, the grass was high on June 24th, enough to need mowing.
Yes.
And between June 24th and August 1st, that's 6-7 weeks, right?
No, sir. It's only a few days.
You forget the month of July?
No, starting it from month of July. You said weeks, sir, and first you brought it up to August 1st. It's a month, maybe 5 weeks. I'm sure I cut the yard sometime in July, end of June.
May I ask the witness to stand down, Your Honor?
Witness may stand down. Okay. Make sure there's a break between the question and the answer, and make sure that the answer, the court reporter can hear it. Please face the court reporter when talking.
Your Honor, could I ask Mr. Baez to step to the side so that I can see what's being...
You may want to move so you can see.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can you please put down the date that you last saw Caylee? Can you please mark the day you needed to cut your grass? And then can you please put police report on the 24th, the same day? Can you please mark the date you informed law enforcement of this gas can incident with your daughter?
Your Honor, counsel has placed the July over the June, so we can't mark the June date because the July is up.
No, it's already been marked. For when
I apologize, maybe I'm missing the question. The question was the day you informed law enforcement, which was, he just testified to you.
After your daughter, can you put down the date your daughter, your granddaughter was reported missing? Can you put down the date you told law enforcement about this argument you had with Casey over the truck and the gas cans?
I don't know when I had given that information.
Did they confiscate the gas cans immediately after you told them?
You'd have to come up with the dates, sir. I have no idea.
On August 1st, 2008, did law enforcement collect gas cans from your home?
If I might look at that photo, I can probably give you a better idea.
Yes, sir. If that refreshes your recollection, go ahead.
That photograph shows that cylinder gas can on August 1st.
And On August, did you go with law enforcement to your home to collect the gas cans?
A second time I did, on another particular date.
When you told law enforcement of this argument, when was that?
I have no idea. I have no idea when we first discussed that. I don't have it. I'm not a human calendar. I don't have anything in front of me to show me. You might have that information, or the state might. I'm not trying to be argumentative, sir, but you're throwing stuff all over the place there.
On August 1st, July 30th, did you tell the FBI when you met with them about this incident with your daughter?
That's a possibility. I don't have the records in front of me. I don't have any indication of what I said at those different times.
I'll take that for you. If you have a seat, I'll get you that. I'm showing you, Mr. Anthony, your statement given to the FBI on July 31st. Can you turn to page 43, please? I'm sorry. I would direct you to lines 21 through 25.
Okay.
Having read that, does that refresh your recollection?
Objection, Your Honor, as to what?
As to you telling law enforcement about this incident.
I don't believe he's indicated a failure of recollection. I'm sorry, speaking objection. I have an objection. I would need to explain to the bench.
Let me try and
Rephrase the question.
to move this along. Mr. Anthony, do you recall telling anyone about this gas can incident before July 31st, 2008?
Yes, because I made a report on the 24th of June.
Let me rephrase that. Since Caylee was reported missing, did you make any statements to law enforcement prior to July 31st, 2008?
You're trying to confuse me here. Yes, you are, sir.
No, sir, I'm not.
We're talking about a gas can, you're talking about my granddaughter. So be specific with one or the other, sir, and then I'll be more than glad to get through this with you.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
You need to go to the microphone if you're going to ask them questions.
From July 15th, 2008, that was the day you reported your granddaughter missing, right? She was reported missing on that day.
Yes.
And this statement was on July 31st, 2008. Do you recall making any statements about the argument with Casey prior to that?
If you're talking about what's here in the printed word about the gas cans,
That's what I'm referring to. Yes, sir. This alleged argument that you just finished testifying about for almost an hour, did you tell anybody about that before July 31st?
I'm not sure when this was exactly done, sir. I'm not sure when this deposition was taken through. You have to be specific with me, sir. Give me a date, and I'll answer.
I'm giving you a date, but
No, sir, you are badgering me. You're trying to get me upset, sir.
Listen to my question.
No, wait. Mr. Anthony, did you finish answering the question, sir?
Yes, Judge, I did.
Okay, question.
Did you give law enforcement or tell anyone in law enforcement about this alleged argument before July 31st, 2008? Do you recall?
If I may answer your question as politely as I possibly can, according to what I can see here, I did give information about the gas can and about having an argument with my daughter on the 31st of July. It's right here in printed words, sir. It's right here.
Okay. Can you come please and write down the day you explained the arguments?
Mr. Anthony, remain seated, sir. Now, do you have something to ask Mr. Baez?
Yes, sir. May the witness stand up.
Witness may stand down.
Can you please mark on July 31st? Argument. or date of recording argument, please. Can you please put a 1 next to the 31st so we know that that's August 1st, Friday? Little box. Thank you. Have a seat. Now, sir, from June 24th to August 1st, when the gas cans were collected, did you mow your lawn?
Yes, I'd purchased some other gas cans along the way.
Did you use those gas cans to put gas in?
No, I did not.
Are you certain?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably give myself probably a 9.9.
Okay. And since you didn't use them, you probably didn't put any duct tape on that gas can since you mowed your lawn from the 24th to August 1st, right?
I just answered your question. I purchased other gas cans. I don't believe I used them after that.
So you wouldn't have probably put a piece of duct tape on that gas can.
Objection to speculation.
Overruled. You can answer the question, sir.
If I can reiterate here, this piece of tape that's on this can right now, I'm probably the one to put that on there prior to it being taken, because the simple fact is, I'm going to get very technical here for you. Whenever you have gas inside of a can and it gets a very fumy type thing, it could explode. So I probably put that in there when I set it aside. I'm just speculating probably what I did. You're going in an area, sir, that my life and my wife's wife.
Judge, I'm going to object to this narration and ask that it be stricken.
Overruled.
Mr. Anthony.
Finish answering the question, sir.
My life and my wife's life, when this started for us, we were running on fumes, going day by day, just trying to find my granddaughter. And some of these things that you're asking me to be specific on, I'm trying to do the best I can. Is there some things that I might not remember exactly? I think that happens to anyone. But when you get into this thing with you and I, sir, you're going off in a way to get me more upset, and I don't think that's fair. I'm just asking you, treat me with a little bit of respect and you'll get respect back. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Anthony, would you like to answer my question now?
Objection to counsel's commentary.
Sustain.
Would you like
Next question.
Do you remember my question, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Can Your Honor, may I ask the court reporter read back the question to the witness?
Court reporter may read the question back.
Question, so you wouldn't have probably put a piece of duct tape on that gas can?
And your answer to that question, sir?
To store that gas can in my shed after receiving it back, I would have put a small piece of duct tape on it to cover that vent hole so it wouldn't have a fumy smell inside of my shed.
And you just testified a moment ago that you put that piece of duct tape on that can, did you not?
I'm presumed that I'm the one to put that on there.
Okay. Deposition page 160, line 11 and 12. Do you recall giving a deposition on this case, sir?
I've given numerous depositions on this case.
On August 5th, 2009.
Can you give me a location where this was held?
At the state attorney's office.
Yes, I remember that.
I was present.
Yes.
Mr. Ashton was present.
Yes.
Your attorney, Brad Conway, was present.
Yes.
You took an oath.
Yes.
To tell the truth,
Yes.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Objection. Argumentative and editorial commentary. Like
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You took an oath to tell the truth, sir.
Yes.
And do you recall being asked a question by Mr. Ashton? Now, the gas can appears to have a piece of duct tape on it. Do you recognize that? And do you recall giving the following answer? I didn't put the duct tape on there.
Okay, we can clarify this right now. This gas can.
My question, sir, is do you recall making that statement?
Interrupted.
Sustained. Let him answer the question. Mr. Anthony, you may answer the question, sir.
I'm trying to clarify. This gas can was taken from my residence on 2 occasions. The second occasion that you're referring to, that it was taken, when I had seen the photograph of it, there was a larger piece of duct tape on there. I did not put that on there. If that's what you're talking about, sir.
I'm referring to this piece of duct tape in the image standing that is right before you, sir.
But sir, this is not the one that I was shown on August 5th of 2009. This is not the photograph that I was shown.
Page 163, lines 8 through 20. Sir, do you recall the first? Yes, sir.
All right.
Objection is not an inconsistent statement.
Just a second. Mr. Baez.
It's giving the date there, Your Honor. May we approach?
No.
I think it's fairly clear.
Well, you can ask them a question about the date, but you don't need to read the deposition.
Do you recall?
Remember this image that y'all keep referring to is not in evidence.
Yes, sir.
So it's kind of hard to question somebody about something that's not in evidence at this time.
At this time, yes, sir.
Proceed.
Mr. Anthony, were you not advised that this photograph that's in front of you was identified with the date during your deposition?
Again, sir, this particular image of this particular photo was not shown to me in your presence and in the state attorney's presence on the August 5th of 2009. This was not shown to me. There was another photograph of a gas can that could have been this one that was more filthy dirty because of because of powder from like fingerprints and stuff like that, and a larger piece of duct tape being on it. This is not the one that I was shown in August 5th, 2009. This is not it.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may proceed.
Do you recall being asked a question by Mr. Ashton? This photograph was
Objection.
taken on August 1st.
Same objection.
May I finish the question, Judge?
Approach, folks. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Anthony will return to this photograph at a later time.
Objection to counsel's editorial commentary.
Overrule. Let's proceed, gentlemen.
Now, Mr. Anthony, was it your testimony? Well, let me ask you this. When you gave the gas cans to the police on August 1st, did the gas cans have duct tape on it?
Again, you're asking for cans. Be specific and say a can or give me a description, sir. I'll help you any way I can.
The cylinder gas can that you've had for 20 years, that is almost a part of you, when you gave them that gas can, did it have duct tape on it?
Well, this photograph shows it for August 1st of 2008. Yes, it shows that it's on there.
So is that your testimony today, sir?
Yes.
I refer counsel to page 210, lines 1 through 11. Now, Mr. Anthony, the can that you are looking at right now, that's the one that's 20 years old and is sort of a part of you.
Did y'all hear anything that I said at sidebar?
Yes, sir. I'll rephrase the question.
Okay. Let's take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Maybe seated. The can, which you keep referring to as what's the exhibit number, Madam Clerk, for identification?
Your Honor.
Do not interrupt me, sir. AJ?
AJ.
Okay. State's exhibit AJ is not in evidence, as I said at the sidebar conference. Until it's in evidence, you can't question somebody about a photograph that is not in evidence. The only questions that you could talk about are foundational questions. I don't know how many times I have to tell.
Maybe you have to be excused during this argument.
No. All I'm saying is move on to another area. It is not in evidence. When it goes in evidence, then you're free to question him, but the item has not been introduced. How are you going to question somebody about something that's not in evidence? You're questioning about a photograph that's not in evidence.
I would like to proffer to the court at sidebar or outside of the witness's presence how I intend on referring to this and
Sir,
how I intend on proceeding.
I am not coming to sidebar on this item now. The one thing we can do is let you proffer Mr. Lazario's testimony, since I've taken the jury out at this time. As to that, Mr. Anthony, you can step down for the moment, sir. Return Mr. Lazario. No.
I don't believe that Mr. Lazzaro is currently here. He knows to come back.
Who told him to leave? I asked that he remain outside.
Your Honor, it was requested of me if they could get an early lunch. I anticipated not needing him before the lunch hour actually started, and I apologize.
Let me make myself abundantly clear, folks. I asked him to remain outside. The defense had requested to proffer his testimony. So don't do it again.
The witness left.
Yeah, Mr. George is just informing me that he left. The state intends to introduce this photograph. You didn't at the time.
Eventually, yes, sir. When it's properly authenticated, we have a full explanation of how it came to be. My understanding as by way of proffer is that Mr. Anthony wasn't present when this photograph was taken. So,
Mr. Baez, you can question about cans all day long, but you cannot question him about that particular photograph, which is not in evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if anybody needs to take a break, you got 5 minutes to take a break. After that, we're going to charge on through until noon. We'll be in a 5-minute recess. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. Mr. Anthony, I want to ask you a question. I want to be clear about it, so I'm going to, it's going to be a little bit of a long question. So this jury can be absolutely certain. The round cylinder gas can that you have had for over 20 years, when you gave it to law enforcement on August 1st, did it have a piece of duct tape on it?
Yes.
And you're 100% certain of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now do you recall after your granddaughter was reported missing on the 15th, your daughter was arrested on the 16th, correct?
Correct.
And on the 17th, a detective came back by the name of Appy Wells came to your home? Do you recall that?
Objection, exceeds the scope of direct.
Relates to the gas can, Judge.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Sustained, that wasn't a question about a gas can,
I'm getting there.
but it wasn't a question about the gas can. Sustained.
On July 17th, 2008, did Detective Appy Wells search your shed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Detective Appy Wells coming to your home the day after your daughter was arrested?
No, I do not.
Do you remember Detective Wells, you giving Detective Wells a tour of your backyard?
At some time, I'm sure I did. If you're asking for a specific date, I don't remember. Again, this is when everything was happening. We had so many people around us.
Do you remember if you opened the shed where these gas cans were held at any time for Detective Wells?
Presumably him, but I know I opened the shed up within probably one of those first few days because we had the cadaver dogs at our house. We had law enforcement, media, everywhere.
That shed where these gas cans are stored, how many shovels are in there?
Objection, exceeds the scope of direct.
The shed has been brought up, Your Honor, and discussed during direct examination for a while.
Overruled.
How many shovels are in that shed?
3 or 4.
So you have 3 or 4 shovels in that specific shed?
Yes.
And would that these gas cans are stored in?
Yes.
You also have expensive lawn equipment, right?
Yes.
Mowers, weed eaters?
One mower, one. Yes, I'll agree.
When you showed the shed to the detective or whomever you showed it to, did you inform them of the argument that you had with your daughter on the 24th?
I probably did share that with them. I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't recall, or you probably did. Can you give us a clear
I just
answer?
told you, sir. I don't remember if I did or not. There was just a lot of things that were talked about and shown.
The first night that that your granddaughter was reported missing, you spoke with detectives, did you not?
Not on the 15th, I did not. No.
You didn't speak to Detective Melich that evening or the early morning hours of the 16th?
On the 16th, I did.
And you told him about the smell of the car that evening, did you not?
Objection, exceeds the scope of direct.
Sustained.
Did you tell Detective Melich about the gas cans and the argument you had where your daughter wouldn't let you near the trunk of the car when you spoke with Detective Melich that evening?
Objection, improper impeachment. I'd like to explain more at the bench.
Overruled.
I don't remember saying that to him, no.
What about the 16th? Did you talk to detectives I'm sorry, the 17th. Did you talk to detectives on that day?
I had talked to Orange County Sheriff's detectives numerous times that first week or two.
And on all of those dates, who did you tell about this argument before the 31st?
Improper impeachment, and I would like to explain at the bench.
Sustained.
Did you ever tell anyone from law enforcement prior to July 31st about the gas can fight with your daughter?
Objection, improper impeachment.
Not impeaching.
I would like to.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
I probably did in some course of one of those days. Possibly I did. I don't know. I don't remember of every bit of conversation I had with law enforcement, FBI. I don't remember all those things.
So you can't recall?
Answered at least 3 times. He does not remember. He can't recall. Move to another area.
Yes, sir. Mr. Anthony, you've had the opportunity to sit in the courtroom throughout all the testimony, have you not?
Yes.
In fact, you asked your lawyer to
Mr. Baez, do not go there. Next question.
You were specifically excluded from the rule of sequestration?
Mr. Baez, approach the sidebar. You may proceed.
Judge, I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
Okay, witness may stand down. You have any redirect? Okay,
Yes,
you
sir.
may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony, the gas can that Mr. Baez spent a good deal of time talking to you about that you gave to law enforcement on August 1st, did they give that back to you the very next day?
It could have been the next day or the day after. I'm not really sure, but it came back fairly quickly.
At the time in July and August of 2008, did you have any idea that that gas can had anything to do with the death of your granddaughter?
No, I did not.
In December of 2008, did its importance become clear?
Objection, Judge, this goes beyond the scope of cross-examination. We didn't discuss anything else.
Overruled.
Could you ask
Sure.
that again, please?
In December 11th and thereafter, did the significance of that gas can become clear?
Yes.
Did you keep possession of that gas can from when they gave it back to you in August until they took it? I'm sorry, let me ask this question. Did they take it from you a second time in December?
Yes.
And did you keep that gas can in your shed along with all your other garden tools from August to December?
Yes.
On August 31st, when you mentioned to the FBI about this incident with the gas can, was that in the context of a several-hour interview about?
Overrule at this point. Let him finish answering the question. Mr. Anthony, do not answer the question until I instruct you to answer. You may continue.
Was the subject matter that the FBI talked to you about a very broad range of subject matters?
Is there an objection to the question as formed now?
Yes, Judge.
What is the objection?
Leading.
Overruled. You may ask the question.
Yes.
Did they ask you about everything that happened between June 16th and July 15th?
Yes.
And is it in the context of that you mentioned the incident of the 24th?
Yes.
June 24th. On June 24th of 2008, did you believe that your granddaughter was alive and well and being cared for by your daughter?
Yes.
Did you have any reason on June 24th to suspect that your granddaughter was either dead or missing?
No.
When did you first learn that what you thought on June 24th was wrong? In fact, she wasn't in the care of your daughter.
On June 24th, I didn't see Caylee with Casey.
But when did you first learn that there was a possibility that on June 24th, your granddaughter was at the very least not in the care and custody of your daughter?
Through a conversation I had with my daughter that someone else was watching Caylee.
That was then?
Yes, sir.
But you still thought that your daughter was aware of where she was?
Yes.
Did you learn on July 15th that what you had thought on June 22nd, 24th was in fact not the case?
That was not the case because Caylee wasn't with us. Caylee wasn't home.
Okay, recrosses to those issues and those issues alone.
You knew on June 24th that these gas cans would become an issue in this case, didn't you, sir?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Not on June 24th.
Objection was sustained. Rephrase your question.
You know that these gas cans are a significant issue in this case, do you not, sir?
I do now.
And it was you who reported these gas cans missing on June 24th, knowing that your daughter had taken gas many times before,
Yes.
and knowing that you never even called your daughter to see if she had the gas cans.
Objection exceeds the scope of redirect and Ashton answer.
Sustain as the Ashton answer.
But yet you sit here today, sir, and claim that when you reported these gas cans missing on June 24th, you had absolutely no idea that you would be reporting to the police about a piece of significant evidence in this case.
Objection. Argumentative Ashton answer.
Overruling and answered for the last time.
On the 24th of June, 2008, I did not know that a few weeks later that my granddaughter would be reported missing. If that's answering your question, sir, that's the best I got at the moment.
Despite that you haven't seen your granddaughter in 9 days and she lived with you every day, right, sir?
Argumentative Ashton answer.
Sustain.
Withdraw the question. No further.
Okay. Witness may stand down. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Yes. State may call their next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state will call Ricardo Morales.
My name is Ricardo Morales, Ricardo Morales.
May I inquire, sir?
You may.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Morales, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you currently live in the state of Florida?
I do not.
What state do you live?
Illinois.
How long have you lived there?
About a year and a half.
Are you married?
Excuse me?
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any children?
Yes, one.
Did you live in Florida in 2007 and 2008?
I did.
What were you doing when you were living in you were living in Central Florida in Orlando?
Yes.
What were you doing at the time?
I was working at a car dealership.
At a car dealership?
Yes.
What were you doing at the car dealership?
I worked in the service department, setting appointments for people.
In the service department?
Yes, setting appointments.
Okay.
For car repairs.
Thank you. Do you know Casey Anthony?
I do.
When did you first meet Casey Anthony?
I met her June 2007 at a party of one of our mutual friends.
At some point, did you begin to date Casey Anthony?
I did.
When was that?
It was February of 2008.
When you first started dating the defendant, did she tell you whether or not she had a job?
Yeah, she did tell me she had a job.
Okay. Where did she tell you she worked?
At Universal Studios.
Did she tell you what she did at Universal?
She said she was an event coordinator.
Did she give you any other detail about what her job was?
She said her job required her to give tours of Universal Studios and Islands of Adventures to people from out of town. That was basically her entire job there, from what she told me.
The time that you were dating her in the early months of 2008, did you ever visit her at work?
No, I did not.
Did you ever talk about work?
Occasionally.
Did she ever mention people that she worked with?
Yes, she said she had a coworker named Juliet, who she talked about on occasion, and a boss named Tom.
Had you ever met those people?
No.
Or spoken to them?
No.
While you were dating her, where were you living?
I was living at 232 North Glenwood Avenue.
Is that a house or an apartment?
It's a townhome.
Townhome? Did you live with anybody else?
I did, with John Chat. John Chat.
Was Mr. Chat living there at the time that you were dating the defendant?
He was.
Were you aware that the defendant had a daughter?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her name?
Caylee.
Did you know Caylee?
Yes.
When the defendant came over to you, did the defendant come over to your townhome on a regular basis?
While we were dating, yes.
Well, let's clear this up. When did you start to date?
In February of 2008.
Okay. At some point, did that relationship end?
It did.
When did that relationship end?
Mid-April of the same year.
Mid-April of 2008.
Yes.
During that time frame, did the defendant stay over with you?
Yes.
During this time frame, approximately how many times per week would she stay with you?
4 to 5 days a week, nights a week.
The 4 or 5 times a week that she stayed with you, were there any of those occasions where Caylee also stayed?
Almost every occasion.
Did Caylee have her own room?
She did not.
Where did Caylee sleep?
She slept in the bed. I slept on one side, Casey in the middle, and Caylee on the other.
Now, for 4 or 5 times a week,
Sustained.
during this time frame that Caylee was staying over with you and the defendant was staying with you, did Casey Anthony keep clothes over at your house?
She didn't leave any clothes. She would bring clothes for herself and Caylee, but she never left anything at our house.
How about any toiletries, toothbrushes, hairbrushes,
No.
makeup?
No. Everything, if she did, she brought it with her and took it home.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification B. Can you see that photograph in front of you?
I can.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you know where that photograph was taken?
Yes, I do.
Where was that photograph taken?
That was my room in the Glenwood apartment, townhome.
Who's in that picture?
Casey and Caylee.
Do you know specifically when this picture was taken?
The reference of a photograph that's not admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Overrule at this point is foundation.
Thank you, sir. Do you know specifically when that picture was taken?
Your Honor, there was a pretrial ruling as to this photograph. Just wanted to remind the court.
Well, he hasn't done anything with it yet. Let him finish. Continue, Mr. George.
Thank you, sir. Do you know when that photograph was taken?
I would say late January because Caylee has a bruise under her eye.
Sir, just
Objection, Judge.
just tell us the date.
I don't know the
Listen carefully
date.
to the question.
I do not know the exact date that the photo was taken.
Okay.
I have a sidebar. There's
Not right now.
Do you know what room this picture was taken in?
This is my room.
Mr. George, you've
Okay.
set your foundation. That does not go to the foundation, sir.
Very good. Sir, is this a true and accurate representation of what the defendant looked like and how Caylee Anthony appeared back while you were dating in the winter and spring of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification B into evidence as the state's next in line.
Mr. Baez,
yes, sir. We would object. There had been a
approach
pretrial.
the sidebar.
Yes, sir.
All right. You and the defendant broke up in mid-April of 2008?
We did?
After you broke up, did you remain in contact with one another?
Yes.
How so?
She'd still come over occasionally, not as frequently as when we were dating, but we maintained our friendship.
Was the breakup, was it a bad breakup?
No.
During the time that you were dating her,
Overrule.
while you were dating her, Ms. Anthony, did she relate to you first of all, did you ever meet George or Cindy Anthony
No.
during the course of your relationship?
No.
Had you ever been over to the house?
Yes.
When were you over at the house?
I went over once early on when we were dating. She invited me over for breakfast.
When you went over there for breakfast, were her parents at home?
No, they were not.
Directing your attention to June 7th of 2008, did you happen to see the defendant on that day?
Yes, I did.
Where did you see her?
She spent the night.
Was Caylee there?
She was.
When did the defendant and
Move to strike.
What is the objection?
Relevance, 609.
Overrule at this time.
directing your attention to June 9th and 10th, did you see the defendant on those dates?
I did.
Where did you see her?
She spent the night.
Did you see Caylee on those dates as well?
Strike. 609 and relevance.
Overrule.
Did you see Caylee on those dates as well?
Yes.
Was that the last time you ever saw Caylee Anthony?
The morning of June 10th was the last time I saw Caylee Anthony.
When you saw the defendant on June 9th and 10th, had you been made aware that, had you ever heard the name of Tony Lazzaro before?
Yes.
When did you first hear the name of? Again,
Relevancy?
Your Honor, again, this is just talk, this is just establishing the relationship.
Sustained.
All right. So the last time that you saw Caylee was the morning of the 10th.
Yes.
Did you see the defendant anymore during that week?
No.
When did you see the defendant again?
July 1st.
In between June 10th of 2008 and July 1st of 2008, did you have any contact at all with the defendant?
It was very minimal.
When you say minimal, or how, what kind of contact did you have?
Maybe 1 or 2 text messages in that time period.
Okay. Those text messages, did they relate? Did the defendant tell you via those text messages that her daughter was missing?
She did not.
Kidnapped?
Nope.
That she was actively looking for her?
No.
That she needed help?
Nope.
That something bad had happened to her?
No.
You mentioned that the next time that you saw the defendant was on July 1st of 2010, is that correct?
It is.
Were you living in the same residence that you were when the two of you were dating?
I was.
Did you have the same roommate or any additional roommates by July 1st of 2010?
We had a friend sleeping on the couch at that time.
Okay. Who was that?
Amy Heisinger.
Who is Amy Heisinger?
She is a friend of mine and John Schatz. We've known her through college for years.
Why was Amy sleeping on your sofa?
She got in a car accident. Her car was not working, and our house was close to her job, so she would just sleep on our couch and then go to work.
Was she looking for, to your knowledge, was she looking for a place to live?
Yes.
Do you know where she was looking?
She was looking in the area that we lived, anywhere really in Orlando, I think.
Do you know who she was planning on living with?
She had planned on moving in with Casey Anthony.
Okay. Do you know where she planned on moving in with Casey Anthony?
Into Casey Anthony's parents' home.
Did you have discussions with the defendant about her and Amy moving into the house?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you have those discussions with Amy?
Yes.
All right. Now, what were the circumstances by which you saw her on July 1st of 2008?
I was getting up to go to work, and she was sitting in the living room talking with Amy.
This was in the morning?
Yes.
Did you know that she had come over the previous night? Or had she come over the previous night?
Of June 30th?
No, I'm sorry. On July 1st, were you at home when she arrived?
When I woke up, she was there on July 1st. I don't know when she arrived.
If you recall, what was the defendant doing when you first woke up and came down to go to work?
She was sitting in a chair talking to Amy.
All right. Did it surprise you to see her?
I would say, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Why did it surprise you?
I hadn't seen her in a few weeks, and I didn't know she was coming over, so.
Did that upset you in any way?
No.
Did you ask her how she was doing?
Probably. I don't remember exactly what we talked about.
All right. Well, when you did see her on July 1st of 2008, did you notice anything about, anything strange or different about her demeanor?
No.
She upset?
Nope.
She crying?
No, she was not.
Did she tell you her daughter was missing
No.
on July 1st of 2008?
No.
Or kidnapped?
No.
That she was looking for her?
Nope.
Or that something really terrible had happened to Casey herself?
No.
Did you see any change in her demeanor on July 1st than you had on June 10th?
No, not at all.
Now, on July 2nd, did you take a trip?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Excuse me?
Where did you go?
Boston.
And how long were you in Boston?
For a week, 6 days, I think.
When did you come back?
I flew into Orlando on June 8th and immediately left the same day. I didn't leave the airport.
Okay. During the time that you were in Boston, did you have any contact with the defendant?
No.
When you flew in from Boston, I believe so you never left the airport?
No, I stayed at Orlando at the airport until my next flight
And where did you go?
to Puerto Rico.
Who did you go to Puerto Rico with?
I flew there alone. I met up with John Chatt, Troy Brown, and Amy Heisinger. Troy Brown and Amy Heisinger.
Was that a trip that had been planned for a while?
Yes.
And by a while, how long are we talking?
Months, maybe 6 months.
Was it always planned out that John Chatt and Amy Heisinger and Troy Brown would go?
Yes.
Was there ever any discussion, did you ever have any discussion with Casey Anthony about her going to Puerto Rico with you?
I believe she was invited. Yeah, we were dating at the time that we were planning to go to Puerto Rico.
Okay. So that trip was planned back when you were still dating?
Even before, possibly. Yeah, around that time, early in the year, early 2008.
Back in beginning of June of 2008, did you have a belief whether or not the defendant was going to go to Puerto Rico with you and your friends?
I did not think she was going to Puerto Rico with me and my friends.
Did you know she was still invited?
Yeah, I don't remember rescinding the invitation. I'm sure she was still invited, yeah.
Okay. When did you come back from Puerto Rico?
July 15th.
On July 15th of 2008, did you see the defendant?
I did,
Where did you see her?
at the Orlando airport.
Were you expecting to see her at the Orlando airport?
Yes,
Why?
she was picking us up from the airport.
Do you have any idea, or approximately what time did you arrive from Puerto Rico?
I don't know.
Was it
I
date-
believe it was in the afternoon sometime.
Was it daylight?
Yes,
When you saw the defendant on July 15th of 2008, what can you tell this jury about her general demeanor?
she was the same as she always was.
And how is that?
Happy, smiling. She was asking us how our trip was. Just normal Casey.
Again, on July 15th of 2008, did she tell you that her daughter, Caylee, was missing,
No,
kidnapped,
no,
that she was actively looking for her on July 15th of 2008,
no,
that anything terrible or horrible had happened to Casey herself?
no,
Did you see anything in either her word or action that gave you any indication that there was anything wrong with the defendant?
no.
Did she give you... Your Honor, this might be a good time to stop.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for lunch. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else. I will be back there with you in just a moment. We'll be in recess to 1:30.
Issue with the state, of course, is limiting the use of this witness's testimony. However, there is an issue where he would certainly be subject to recall by the defense. It's my understanding that he lives out of state. I'm not certain how the state whether he came on his own expense, and we'd like to inquire as to that and the possibility of getting him back here to testify, because that may be a problem at a later date, especially considering the indigency status of Miss Anthony and how.
What are you asking?
Well, first of all, I'd like to be able to resolve the issue here with the witness being here, and ask that this witness be taken out of turn for the purposes of that, to prevent him from having to come back.
And what is the position of the state of Florida?
Your Honor, if Mr. Baez wants to go into an inquiry regarding what I think he wants to do, I don't think the state has any objection to him doing that this afternoon.
Okay, then issues resolved.
Do ask.
I did.
Thank you, Judge.
The stipulation, have y'all agreed on the language?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You want to read it, Mr. George?
No objection
The stipulation reads as follows. The bruise on Caylee's face in State's Exhibit that has not been entered at this time. The January 2008 photo was not the result of any neglect or child abuse on the part of any person. The parties agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true during your deliberations. It's signed by Mr. George, Mr. Baez, and Miss Anthony. Ms. Anthony, do you concur with that stipulation, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, Mr. George, when do y'all want me to read it? Just prior to you introducing it, or after you introduce it and prior to publishing it?
Probably after it's published, Your Honor.
Mr. Baez?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
He said he wants to read it after the photograph has been published. My question was, when did you want it read? Okay.
Your Honor, for
Which one now? You say as soon as it's introduced, and you say it after.
Immediately after it's introduced, we would ask the court to read it.
Okay, then I will read it prior to it being published, okay?
And Your Honor, that's fine, Judge. That is exhibit, right now that is exhibit B.
Okay, let's bring the jury.
I'll try and be clear. What we would like is, as soon as it's published to the jury, we would ask that the court instruct the jury about that specific instruction at that time.
Okay.
Apologies for not being clear.
No, it's no problem. Let's return the jury. Mr. George, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Morales.
Good afternoon.
When we first started talking, we had begun to reference a picture. Do you recall that?
The picture in my previous room?
That you saw earlier this morning?
Yep. Yes, I do recall.
You took a few pictures of the defendant and Caylee during the time that you dated, is that correct?
I did.
At some point after July 16th of 2008, did you sell those pictures?
I did.
Who did you sell them to?
The Globe magazine.
Did you approach them, or did they approach you?
They approached me.
Do you recall about when this was?
I'd say August 2008.
And did you sell the pictures that you had to the Globe?
I did.
And how much money did you receive for those pictures?
The total was about $4,000.
Did you license or sell those pictures to anybody else?
No, I did not.
May we have? All right, sir. Do you see what's been previously marked for Exhibit B on your screen?
Exhibit E?
Well, do you have a picture on your screen, sir?
I do.
All right. Is this the same picture that we looked at earlier this morning
It is?
and that you've identified as being taken at your townhouse?
Correct, yes.
And that's a picture of the defendant and Caylee Anthony in your room.
It is.
And I believe you had indicated earlier that that is a fair and accurate representation of what they both looked like in the winter, spring of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification B into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense?
No objection, subject to our previous motion. No objections, only subject to our previous motion.
That would be admitted as the state's next number exhibit numbered. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to read you a stipulation, and the photograph will be published to you. And you may be able to see it, some of you may not. Stipulation between the state of Florida and the defendant. The bruise on Caylee's face in state's exhibit number 12. The January 2008 photo was not the result of any neglect or child abuse on part of any person. The parties agree to this fact, and it should be considered as true during your deliberations. You may proceed and publish photograph to the jury.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. All right, sir. At this time, let me now show you what's been previously marked for identification C. Again, sir, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And can you tell us what that is a photograph of?
It's a picture of Casey and Caylee sitting on the couch in the same townhome as the other picture was taken.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what Casey Anthony and Caylee Anthony looked like in the spring of 2008?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification C into evidence as the state's next in line, which I believe is number 13.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
You received an evidence as states numbered. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish this photograph to the jury?
You may publish.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, can you see me at all behind that screen?
I can, yes.
Okay. You started dating Casey in February 2008?
Yes.
And how long did you date for?
Until the middle of April 2008.
Okay. I'd like to show you a photograph. Can you see that photograph?
No. Oh, there it is. Yes.
Okay. You know what that photograph is, right?
I do.
And this was a photograph that you posted on your MySpace?
It is.
Okay. And this was posted on your MySpace around the time you were dating Casey?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of the photograph that you posted on your MySpace?
Yes.
Unless there's any objection, Judge, we would like to publish this at this time to the jury. And, well, excuse me, admit it into evidence at this time.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm not certain if they can see it or not. Okay.
Members of the jury, can you see it? All right.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that this photograph was posted on your MySpace when you were still dating Casey. That would also include March 2008.
That was the month it was posted?
No, the month that you were, the
We were
time
dating
period
in
that you were dating
2008,
Casey.
yes.
Make sure that you wait till you finish asking the question before you answer, so the court reporter will be able to take both of you down. She can't take you down when both of you are talking. So question, Mr. Baez?
Yes, that, you were dating Casey in March 2008, were you not?
I was.
And you posted this on your MySpace during the time period that you were dating Casey.
I believe so.
Okay. You don't recall the exact date, though, do you?
No, I don't.
Why did you post this on your MySpace?
It was just a joke. I found it humorous at the time.
Did you have conversations with Casey about this photograph?
No, I did not.
Did you ever tell Casey that? Did you ever mention chloroform to Casey?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you mentioned that you had sold photographs to the Globe magazine
Yes,
and that they had approached you.
correct.
And did you shut off or attempt to not communicate with any members of the media?
Up until that point, yeah, I had not spoken with any media.
But when the Globe came knocking with $4,000, it was okay to talk to them?
Yes,
And the reason that they wanted to talk to you and to get photographs from you is because you dated Casey.
that's, yeah, from my understanding, yes.
And because you had photographs of Casey and her little daughter Caylee.
Yes,
And those were for sale from you.
I had sold them, yes.
Now, you testified under direct examination that Casey and Caylee would sleep with you 3 to 4 nights a week
While we were dating, yep, that is correct.
while you were dating. And that 3 to 4 nights a week, Caylee would sleep in between you and Casey.
No, Casey would sleep in the middle.
I'm sorry?
Casey would sleep in between myself and Caylee.
Okay. Do you, and I would refer counsel to Bates, page 1291,
Deposition or what?
statement.
Okay.
A statement to law enforcement, Corporal Edwards Rivera and Deputy Rivera. Do you recall giving a statement to law enforcement on July 25th of 2008, sir?
Yes,
And did you make the statement? There was one time that I can remember while we were dating that she actually started the night.
Need to object to the, and ask that counsel properly impeach, or at least ask whether or not he recalls being asked a specific question and not remembering the answer that he gave, rather than having the counsel testify and just reading a transcript.
I think there was a statement made. I asked him about the statement, and I am now referring to the statement that would be inconsistent with the answer that he gave under testimony. There's no requirement under prior inconsistent statements that you read a question.
Still improper impeachment.
Read him the question.
Do you remember being asked, if I had asked you if she had ever spent the night at your house without Caylee, and you had said, do you remember or do you recall giving the answer? There was one time that I can remember while we were dating that she actually started the night. They were both in my bed.
yes,
And is that a more accurate representation of what you actually remembered in July of 2008 as opposed to today in 2011?
if that night they both were in my bed when we went to sleep,
Yes. That fact.
yes.
Okay. Now, aside from you posting the photograph of chloroform on your MySpace and selling photographs of Caylee to the Globe magazine, is there anything that you can tell this jury that would help shed light on what happened to Caylee on June 16, 2008?
To the form of the question.
Sustain.
Is there anything that you can testify that you witnessed on June 16, 2008?
In regards to Casey, no.
No further questions. I actually do have one or two other questions, if I may.
You may.
Now, you would never have, or be in, you would never be intimate with Casey, with Caylee in the bed, would you? Or did you?
I don't believe so, no.
And MySpace is a common method that you and all of your friends communicated with back in 2008, is it not?
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. George?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Morales, during this time period, how many photographs or pictures do you estimate you may have uploaded into your MySpace account?
I don't remember. I don't think I've uploaded too many into MySpace.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you really have any idea when you uploaded the picture that Mr. Baez showed you?
Did I have, excuse me?
Do you have any idea when you actually uploaded that picture into
The
your
date?
MySpace? What?
The date?
Yeah.
No, I don't know the date.
Do you have any idea the year?
I believe it was early 2008.
Do you know what chloroform is?
I know what it's used for. It's a chemical that I guess puts people to sleep if they inhale it.
Did you ever conduct any searches of chloroform on the defendant's computer
I did not.
at any time?
Nope.
Mr. Baez asked you some questions about an interview you gave with law enforcement on July 25th of 2009. He asked you a specific question about if she had spent the night without Caylee, and you said there was one time that I can remember. Do you recall that interview?
Yes.
Do you recall that the officer or Detective Edwards was referring you to one particular night, in this case June 9th of 2008?
Yes, he and I were both referring to one night.
On June 9th of 2008, you testified previously that the defendant and Casey...
Overrule at this point. Let him finish asking the question. Sir, do not answer the question until I tell you to answer the question. Continue, Mr. George.
Did Casey and Caylee Anthony stay with you on June 9th of 2008?
Is there objection to that question?
No, sir.
You may answer the question, sir.
Yes.
When they stayed over with you on June 9th, going into the morning of June 10th of 2008, did both Casey, Anthony, and Caylee sleep in the same bed with you?
They did.
And is that the question that you were being asked by Detective Edwards?
It was not in regards to that night, no.
I'm sorry?
The question Detective Edwards was asking me was not in regards to the night of June 9th.
Okay. What night was he asking you about?
I couldn't recall the date of the night. It was just the only time I woke up when Caylee was not in the bed with us, with myself and Casey.
Would...
Repeat your answer, sir.
I was answering the detective's question about a night. I did not recall the date, but it was the only morning I had woken up with Casey in the bed and Caylee was not there.
Correct. If you were to look at the transcript, would that refresh your recollection?
Yep, sure. I guess so.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
For court and counsel, I'm referring to page 1290, line 8 to page 1291, line 21. May I approach?
You may.
All right, Mr. Morales, did you get a chance to read the lines that I had referred you to?
I did.
All right. And did that refresh your memory as to the context in which you were talking to Detective Edwards?
It did.
All right. And please explain what that context was.
Is there a discrepancy between the transcript and what I've set up here? The night that I woke up without Caylee in the bed was not the night of June 9th.
Correct. All right. I'm sorry. Yes. And what, as a result of you waking up with Caylee not in the bed, what happened?
Nothing. Casey said her mother had called her.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Casey said her mother had called her during the night and asked her to bring Caylee home, and
Mr. George.
I'll ask a different question, Judge.
Okay.
As a result of that happening, did the defendant and Caylee leave your residence?
when I woke up,
Yes.
I don't recall the rest of the morning. I just woke up, Casey was in the bed and Caylee was not.
Okay.
I don't know if she left directly after me waking up, or I really don't recall.
That was after receiving a phone call, though, correct?
When she left during the night,
Yes.
I was not awake for the phone call. She said that was the reason she left, was because she got a phone call.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional questions?
Just so there's no confusion, what you're saying is that when you testified earlier under cross-examination, that there was only one time that you remembered Caylee in the middle of you two, or in the same bed. That was not true. You were referring to a specific date.
Okay. As far as where Caylee slept, it was never directly next to me, and I don't understand what you're getting at.
Let me ask you this. Did you have the opportunity to witness Casey's interaction with Caylee?
That particular evening? Or
Multiple times.
Yes, every time both of them were at my house.
And did you see how Caylee reacted to Casey?
Both to the redirect.
Mr. Baez?
Well, two things. One, I thought we had an agreement that we wouldn't have to recall this witness.
I will permit it.
Thank you, sir.
Could you repeat the question?
You saw Caylee interact with Casey, did you not?
I did.
Many times?
Several times, yes.
3 to 4 times a week?
Yes.
And did she ever go hungry?
Caylee? No.
Was Casey a good mother to her?
From what I saw,
Sustain.
Did you ever see Caylee run to Casey?
no, I'm not recalling any moment she ran to her.
Did you ever see Caylee hugging Casey?
Yes.
And did that appear genuine to you?
Yes. Oops.
Sustain.
Was she happy?
Was who happy?
Caylee. Was Caylee happy with Casey?
I can answer this one?
Yeah. If you know.
Yes. She appeared happy, yes.
Yes. And did you ever see Casey strike Caylee?
No.
And did you ever see Casey torture Caylee in any way?
No.
Punish her in a method that would be considered torture?
No. She had issues with Caylee going to sleep, but I don't know. That's the only time I saw her disciplining Caylee.
You only saw her discipline Caylee once?
No, it was reoccurring whenever when she was trying to put Caylee to sleep.
Okay.
But she just looked like a normal mother trying to get her kid to go to sleep.
And nothing other than a normal mother putting a child to sleep?
From what I saw and from my experience, yes, that's how I perceived it.
No further questions, Judge.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, sir. You may be excused.